Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 34th session of the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. To lead us in prayer is our distinguished colleague from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Almighty Father, we are grateful for this day that you bestowed upon us. We thank and praise you for your goodness in allowing us to gather in today's session. We ask you to open our hearts and minds to choose the right path as we make decisions in behalf of this nation. Bilang mga mamabatas, gawin mo po kaming instrumento upang mapagsilbihan ang aming mga kababayan at matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan na naayon sa iyong utos. Ipagkaloob mo po sa amin ang biyaya, lakas at karunungan upang buong puso naming magamit ang aming kapasidad sa pagsulong ng mga batas tungo sa ikonlad ng bansa. Panginoon Diyos, manatilihin mo rin ang aming katatagan sa kabila ng mga hamon na aming kinakaharap. Patnubayan mo nawa ang mga kababayan naming patuloy na bumabangon mula sa hugupit ng kalamidad at sakuna nitong nagdaang mga buwan. Dingin mo rin ang aming panalangin na hindi na maragdagan ang bilang ng bagong kaso ng COVID-19 sa kabila ng pagpasok ng panibagong Omicron subvariant sa bansa. At ngayong buwan ng Disyembre at nalalapit na ang Kapaskuhan, hiniling din namin na maging mapayapa at ligtas ang mga pagdiriwang at pagtitipon na mga ganap. In today's session, direct our goals to align with your righteous will. Keep us physically safe while also protecting our hearts and minds from pride and selfishness. Keep the goodness at the forefront of our minds and let it be the guiding light as we fulfill our purposes. We honor you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiging dalas ng silanganan, alam na puso sa mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulang ka ng magiging, sa manlulubi, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawan mo'y tagumpay na nagtinilig, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na luwalhating pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya dapat may mga api, ang mamatay lang dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, may I just put on record the presence and acknowledge our friends from the executive. The Department of Budget Management Secretary is here, Secretary Mina Pangandaman. DOST Secretary Renato Sulidum Jr., DTI Secretary Alfredo Pascual and their undersecretaries. Also, we welcome them, Mr. President, in this August chamber.
To the secretaries of the different departments, welcome to your Senate. Gentlemen, ladies.
Yes, Mr. President. We also have with us the Ambassador to Chile, Celeste Vinson Balatbat, Ambassador to Bahrain, Anne Halandon Luis, Ambassador to Canada, Maria Andrelita Austria, Ambassador to Pakistan, Maria Agnes Cervantes, Ambassador to Iran, Roberto Manalo, Ambassador to Kuwait, Jose Cabrera III, and Ambassador to Germany, Irene Susan Natividad, guest of our colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you to the visit of our ambassadors. I believe we'll be taking them up on Wednesday, no? Wednesday, I think, is the CA hearing for the Foreign Affairs Department. Welcome to your Senate, ambassadors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also guests of ours, dear colleague, Senator Bongo, the Mayor of Santo Tomas, Pampanga, Mayor Johnny Sambo, and Vice Mayor Matias Pineda, and Mayor Gerald Aritao, Vice Mayor Divina Grace Astoves, and councilors of Pangil, Laguna. We welcome all of them today, Mr. President.
To our distinguished colleagues from the different towns and provinces of the Philippines, welcome to your Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, we are in a receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
How about the members from your alma mater, UST?
Mr. President, I wish to, of course, definitely...
Don't forget, it's here. UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery.
Mr. President, I wish my staff would give me the list, but we will be
Here.
honoring them later, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have with us the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, led by Secretary General Father Louis Coronel, our beloved Dean, Dr. Maria Lourdes D. Maglinaw, our beloved Regent, Father Angel Aparicio, Assistant Dean Dr. Remedios Chan, Faculty Secretary Dr. Clifton Pe, Faculty Council Member Dr. Larry S. King. We welcome all of them, and we're not going to ask them to do the Go State chant, Mr. President, right?
No, but you know, when I saw the list and I saw the UST faculty, I wanted to place special mention to the UST faculty because our majority leader is from the University of Santo Tomas. He's a Tomasian. And I also like to put on record that the University of the Santo Tomas Faculty on Medicine and Surgery graduates a lot of our top doctors and nurses. They're one of the best in the country. We just wanted to put that on record. One of the best for education when it comes to medicine and nursing.
All, Mr. President.
Including lawyers because Attorney
Yes.
Mavic here is from UST.
And especially those enrolled in the economics department, Mr. President.
Was that your
And
department?
and in
Majority
sports, Mr. President, I'm not going to brag about how many times UST bagged the overall UAAP championships, Mr. President, because
there you go.
it will cause a lot of problems, especially behind me, Mr. President.
Yes, it's okay because we acknowledge that you're only second to UP.
When it comes
And this
to
year, this year.
yeah, this year, Mr. President, and
This year.
probably if you talk about basketball, yeah, we don't want to talk basketball right now, Mr. President.
I
Mr.
know.
President, at
Please
this
proceed,
juncture,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, kidding aside, at this juncture, we are in a receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 4488. This is the General Appropriations Act of 2023. And with the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
our distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora, the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, no other than Senator Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. May I ask permission to read the amendments from the summary of amendments sitting down, Mr. President? Mr. President, ikinagagalak ko pong iulat sa marangal na bulwagang ito ang pinagkasunduan ng Senado at ng Kamara sa Bicameral Conference Committee report hinggil sa pambansang budget nitong 2023. Bunga po ito ng maraming formal at informal na pagpupulong at halos araw-araw na pakikipag-usap at konsulta sa ating kapwa senador at kasamahan sa Kamara at Lower House. Mabilis man ang budget para sa 2023, hindi po ibig sabihin na ito'y minadali. Sinuri, inaral, pinagdebatihan natin ito ng husto. Mr. President, mga kasama, minsan pa nga hanggang sa madaling araw na. Sa ganitong proseso po, sinigurado natin na sa unang budget na pinanday sa ilalim ng administrasyon ni Presidente Bongbong Marcos Jr., may angkop na suporta para sa mga programa at proyekto nito. Bagitin ko lamang ang iilang highlights po. May malaking suporta pa rin sa pagpapaunlad ng ating agrikultura at pagpapatibay sa ating food security. Mananatili ang makabuluhang pondo para sa sektor ng agrikultura sa ilalim ng Department of Agriculture DA at ng mga attached agencies nito at sa Department of Agrarian Reform. Patuloy ang suporta para sa mga national programs ng DA sa rice, corn, high-value crops development, organic agriculture, livestock, urban and peri-urban agriculture. Sa pangunguna po ni Vice Chair Cynthia Villar, tuloy din ang pondo para sa pagtatag ng mga cold examination facilities in agriculture sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao para lalong masiguro na ligtas ang mga pumapasok na agricultural products sa bansa. Tuloy din po ang pagtaas ng suporta para sa Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita Program at sa Young Farmers Challenge Fund alinsunod sa rekomendasyon ni Senior Vice Chairperson Amy Marcos. Magbibigay pa rin ng ayuda ang gobyerno sa mga nangangailangan nito. Patuloy ang pagtakbo ng 4Ps or CCT program po natin. Sa tulong naman po ni Senior Vice Chair Marcos, pinaigting ang pondo para sa iba't ibang programa ng DSWD tulad ng Cash for Work sa ilalim ng Kalahi Seeds, ang Supplementary Feeding Program, pati ang malawakang protective services for individuals and families in difficult circumstances, kasama ang tinatawag na Social Assistance Fund. May dagdag din po para sa Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations o AICS at sa Sustainable Livelihood Program o SLP ng DSWD. Pati sa mga emergency employment programs ng DOLE or Department of Labor and Employment tulad ng tulong panghanap buhay sa ating disadvantaged and displaced workers o TUPAD. Ito ay alinsunod sa panawagan ni Senate President Zubiri, Majority Leader Villanueva, Minority Leader Pimentel, Senior Vice Chairpersons Legarda, Vice Chairpersons Cynthia and Mark Villar, Vice Chairs Poe, Binay, Ejercito, Tolentino, Go, Hontiveros, De La Rosa, at sila Senadores Estrada, Padilla, Revilla, Alan Peter Cayetano, Lapid, Tulfo at Escudero. Mananatili naman po ang fuel subsidies sa ilalim ng DOTR sa halagang 3 billion para sa mga owners at operators ng public utility vehicles o PUVs, taxis, tricycles at mga ride-hailing services. At financial assistance o subsidiya sa halagang 1 billion para sa fuel assistance program for farmers and fisherfolk sa ilalim din po ng DA. Sa DOTR, sa pamumuno naman po ni Vice Chair Senator Grace po. Nagdesisyon din po ang BICAM na dagdagan ng pondong nakalaan para sa social pension ng ating mga senior citizens, alinsunod po sa Republic Act 11916, sponsored by no less than our Majority Leader. Dinoble ang halaga ng social pension ng mga lolo at lola natin sa naghihirap. Sinisigurado din ng BICAM na handa ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno para rumisponde agad tuwing may malakas na bagyo, lindol, pagputok na bulkan o iba pang mga sakuna. At andi dito po, pinaigting po ang Quick Response Fund or QRF na nasa siyam na ahensya ng gobyerno. Kasama po ang DA, NIA or National Irrigation Administration, Department of Education, Department of Health, Bureau of Fire Protection, Philippine National Police, Department of National Defense, Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Social Work and Development. Yun po ang mga dun nakalaan ang ating pinaigting na QRF, Mr. President. Tinupad din po ng BICAM ang utos ng saligang batas na dapat mapunta sa edukasyon ng pinakamataas na prioridad pagdating sa paggugol ng pondo ng bayan. Dahil dito patuloy ang iba't ibang financial assistance, scholarship at subsidiya ng gobyerno para sa edukasyon. Ito'y napapaloob sa mga sumusunod na programa ng DepEd, CHED at TESDA at pinamunuan ni Senior Vice Chairperson Pia Cayetano at kasama po sila Senator Vice Chair Win Gatchalian. Ito po ang Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education or UACTEA program, ang Senior High School Voucher Program, ang Education Service Contracting for Junior High School Program, ang Student Financial Assistance Programs or STUFAPs, Joint Delivery Voucher for SHS Technical Vocational Livelihood Specialization, Private Education Student Financial Assistance or PESFA. At may mga programa ng TESDA tulad ng Special Training for Employment or STEP, Training for Work Scholarship Program or TWSP, increasing by 832 million and 1.2 billion respectively, at ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program or TTSP, authored by our Majority Leader, increased by 1.033 billion, alinsunod sa rekomendasyon ni Majority Leader, of course, our Senate President, our Minority Leader, our Senior Vice Chairperson, Pia Cayetano, Vice Chairpersons Binay, De La Rosa, Eristo, Hontiveros, at Senadores Estrada, Padilla, at Alan Peter Cayetano. Mananatili din ang tinutulak ni Vice Chairperson Senator Grace Poe na social support component ng PUV Modernization Program sa Super Scholar Program ng DOTR at ng TESDA at ng Entrepreneur Program ng DOTR at DOLE. Ngayon na bumabalik na rin ang full face-to-face classes, ang ating mga mag-aaral, minabuti rin ng inyong komite na sinang-ayunan ng BICAM ang pagdagdag sa pondo ng DepEd para sa repair and rehabilitation ng mga pasilidad na nasira sa mga nakarang bagyo lindol tulad ng Salawag City at Batak City, among others, Mr. President. Mananatili naman pagtaas sa pondo of 232.3 million para sa pagtayo ng mga National Child Development Centers sa ilalim ng ECCD or Early Child Care and Development Council na tinulak ng ating Senior Vice Chair Pia Cayetano. Nandyan pa rin ang malaking dagdag na pondo para sa ating mga state universities or colleges or SUCs, SUCs. Patapos man, Mr. President, ang pandemyang COVID-19, sinigurado pa rin ng BICAM na sa susunod na taon, handa ang gobyerno para rumisponde kung sakaling may muling pagtiklab ng isang national health emergency. Sinisigurado din na iigting din ang suporta para pagpapaunlad ng sistemang pangkalusugan sa bansa. Patuloy na magkakaroon ng pondo na nakaantabay para sa pagbili ng mga bakuna at para sa pag-hire ng mga immunization vaccinators. Ganito rin ang mangyayari para sa public health emergency benefits and allowances for HCWs or healthcare workers and non-HCWs na dinagdagan din po sa bicameral conference. Para naman magkatotoo ang pangarap ng maging abogaya sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino, ang magpagamot at patingin sa doktor, may malaking pondo worth 102 billion, Mr. President, na subsidy para sa National Health Insurance Program sa ilalim ng PhilHealth. Mananatili din ang dinagdag ng pondo ng Senado para sa operations ng iba't ibang regional hospitals, health centers, at iba pang mga programa ng DOH. Mananatili din ang dagdag na suporta para sa pagtayo ng mga specialty centers sa kanayunan, alinsunod sa hiling ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos Jr. Mananatili din ang pondong idinagdag para palakihin ang carrying capacity ng mga colleges of medicine ng mga SUCs tulad ng UP Manila para suportahan ang mga SUC na may pending medical program application sa Commission on Higher Education o CHED para magkaroon ng seed fund na pantulong sa mga SUC na nais magtayo ng sarili nilang medical program at para sa mga medical scholarships alinsunod sa Doctor para sa Bayan Act. Pinaigting din po ng BICAM ang pondo para sa medical assistance for indigent patients or MAIP na ipapatupad sa bawat ospital na pinapatakbo ng DOH sa buong bansa. The 2023 budget also seeks to make good on the administration's promise to build better more. For instance, the department or the DPWH will receive a significant across-the-board increase for its various programs and projects, which includes road construction, road widening, paving, construction of diversion roads, missing road links, flyovers, interchanges, and underpasses. Because of assured funding, work shall continue in earnest towards improving the safety capabilities within our maritime sector, pursuing improvements in our railways and road networks, and implementing the PUV service contracting or Libreng Sakay program. Increases were also retained specifically for the DOTR's active transport bike share system and safe pathways program in metropolitan areas as recommended by our Vice Chair, Senator Grace Poe. And then upon the initiative of Senior Vice Chair Amy Marcos, Vice Chairperson Mark Villar, and this representation, additional funds will also be set aside for the construction, repair, and rehabilitation of various airports and seaports across the country. Mr. President, steps shall also be taken towards continued improvements in our energy sector. For instance, upon the recommendation of Vice Chairperson Win Gatchalian, the budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission shall be augmented by 453 million to support its operations and capital outlay. This is in a bid to strengthen the Commission's capacity to ensure the competitiveness of our energy sector and regulate the energy market such that end consumers fulfill their energy needs at the most affordable cost possible. Initiatives to restart our economy and support the growth and development of our MSMEs shall continue in the following year. Upon the recommendation of our Minority Leader, Senator Pimentel, Senior Vice Chair Legarda, and Marcos, Vice Chairperson Go, the Department of Trade and Industry can expect additional support for some of their programs and projects, including its Shared Service Facilities program, Pangkabuhayan sa Pagbangon at Ginhawa, and its Malikhaing Pinoy program in fulfillment of the recently enacted Creative Industries Law. Tuloy-tuloy din po ang mga hakbang para gumanda ang internet ng mamamayang Pilipino at gawing mas epektibo ang gobyerno sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng mga makabagong teknolohiya. Halimbawa nito ay ang National Broadband Plan at ang Free Internet Access Program for Public Places and SUCs ng DICT. Patuloy din po ang kanilang e-government program kung saan susuportahan nito ang digital transformation ng iba't ibang ahensya at ng mas maraming LGU sa paglunsad ng kanilang Integrated Business Permits and Licensing System or IBPLS. Nagdesisyon din po ang BICAM na dapat may sapat na suporta para sa muling pagbangon ng ating turismo. Sa pangunguna po ni Vice Chairperson Nancy Binay, may dagdag na pondo para sa Department of Tourism at ng mga attached agencies nito. Kasama dito ang suporta para sa MOE ng mga regional offices ng DOT para sa capital outlay ng Intramuros Administration at operations ng NPDC or National Parks Development Committee. Nandyan din po ang tulong sa AGHAM, Science and Technology, sa pamumuno po ni Vice Chair Francis Tolentino throughout the DOST budget and the attached agencies for research and development. Sumang-ayon din ang BICAM sa aming pananaw na ang isang mabisang paraan para suportang turismo ay sa pamamagitan ng pagpreserba at pagsulong ng ating kultura at kasaysayan, at pinagtulungan nito namin nila Senior Vice Chair Legarda at Cayetano ang pagdagdag ng pondo sa NCCA or National Commission on Culture and the Arts, National Historical Commission, National Library, National Archives, at National Museum of the Philippines sa susunod na taon. Pinagtuunan din po ang sports sa pamumuno ni Vice Chair Senator Bongo na naglaan pondo para sa ating mga atleta na mag-compete sa mga international competition sa darating na taon, at kasama rin ang hosting ng FIBA World Cup sa darating na taon, Mr. President. At pinagtuunan din ang pansin ng housing sector pati ang kinakaharap na issue hinggil sa lupa. Sa pag-uudyok po ni Vice Chair Risa Hontiveros, may dagdag na pondo para sa Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development o DSUD. Sa manguna naman ni Vice Chair Cynthia Villar, makakatanggap ng dagdag na pondo ang DNR para sa National Land Titling Program nito, at may nakaantabay din na pondo bilang tulong sa support to parcelization of lands for individual titling or split project kung saan magkakaroon ng sariling tituladong lupa ang ating mga farmer beneficiaries. Minabuti rin po, Mr. President, ng BICAM na may malaking dagdag na pondong matatanggap ang ating mga local government units sa pagtugon sa mas mababang National Tax Allotment or NTA, bunga ng mas maliit na koleksyon ng gobyerno nang dahil sa pandemya. Panawagan po ito ng ating Senate President, Minority Leader, Senior Vice Chairs Marcos at Cayetano, Vice Chair Cynthia at Mark Villar, Ejercito Gatchalian, Go, Hontiveros at Senadores Padilla, Revilla, Cayetano, Tulfo at Lapid na may pinasok na pondo sa Local Government Support Fund para sa iba't ibang programa at proyekto na makakatulong sa pag-unlad ng ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Mr. President, iilan po lamang ito sa pinagkasunduan ng inyong Bicameral Conference Committee na dapat pondohan at suportahan sa susunod na taon. Naniniwala po kami na lahat ng ito at higit pa ay alinsunod sa plano ng Administrasyon Marcos. Mapapasa sa mas maagang panahon ng pambansang budget, marahil ito'y hudyat na handang-handa ang Senado para suportahin ang hadikain ni Pangulong Marcos pagdating sa kaunlaran at kasaganaan ng sambayanang Pilipino. Nagkakaisa talaga ang mayorya at minorya para sa bansa. Nagawa ito dahil sa lubos-lubos na pagsisikap at tiyaga, pati na rin ang pagpupuyat at pagliliban ng weekend at family time ng mga staff ng mga senador, kasama ang staff natin at ng Senate Secretariat, lalong-lalo na ang ating LBRMO or Legislative Budget Research and Monitoring Office sa pamumuno ni Director General Irene Palanca, former DG Yoli Doblon. Malalim po ang aking pasasalamat para sa kanilang lahat. Kulang-kulang po sila sa tulog. Taos po din po tayong nagpapasalamat siyempre sa liderato ng Senado, kina Senate President Zubiri, President Pro Temp Legarda, Majority Leader Villanueva at Minority Leader Pimentel. Ganoon din para sa lideratura ng Kamara kay Speaker Romualdez at Committee on Appropriations Chairperson ko, Senior Vice Chairperson Kimbo. At salamat din po siyempre sa ating mga kasamahan sa komite, ang ating Senior Vice Chairpersons Pia Cayetano, Amy Marcos, and Lauren Legarda, at Vice Chairperson Cynthia Villar, Senators Bato de la Rosa, Vice Chair, Vice Chairs Gatchalian, Go, Hontiveros, Binay, Poe, Tolentino, Villar, Ejercito, at syempre sa ating kapwa senador, sila Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Chis Escudero, Jinggoy Estrada, Lito Lapid, Robin Hood Padilla, Bong Revilla, at Rafi Tulfo. Marahil sa pambansang budget na ito, tunay na magsisimula ang ating muling pagbangon. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Presidente, at mabuhay po ang Pilipinas.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate our super hardworking chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, for representing our great institution. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we recognize the gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and municipality of Pateros, Senator Alan Cayetano is recognized.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Senate President, sa ating pong mga colleagues, and of course, masipag po nating chairperson ng Committee on Finance at ating mahal na Secretary of the Budget Management. Assalamualaikum. Sabi po sa Biblia, di ba, kung anong ating itatanim, yan din ang ating aanihin. So at this point, I just like to congratulate the House, the Senate panel, of course, the Executive Department in all the hard work put into the budget, considering it's a transition year. The first year of the administration is always difficult because you're elected in May, get off into office at June 30, usually nakahanda na budget, and then you have to put in your priorities and pass it now. So in that respect, and after hearing Chairman Angara's report, parang gusto kong suportahan without any reservations dahil napakagaganda ng mga ni-report niya. No? And I'm sure 100% na lahat ng report niya is within the budget. Having said that, allow me to make the following manifestations. No? First and foremost, I just want to link the budget with the programs, projects, and activities of the government and with the Commission on Appointments. No? I think the Filipino people deserve a accountability to the max, no? Na kung saan pag nagko-confirm tayo ng secretary, sasabihin na nila anong gusto nila ma-accomplish the next 6 years. Of course, the president, tayo, we're always being held accountable, kaya may mga eleksyon. But again, yun nga, what do we expect from this budget? Usually, year by year lang yan, no? But what do we expect by this administration and these secretaries and all these activities projects in the next 6 years going into the next decade and so, no? So the first thing I'd like to propose is that the Oversight Committee be more active in the sense that we can come together with the minority and all independents to have a sort of scorecard that we can agree with the administration. So hindi ito propaganda for or against the administration, but simply a tool to see what we can expect and what we should expect and where we can hold them accountable, which I'll link with the number 2, no? Scorecard, and number 2 nga, yung a 5-year plan, no? We always have a medium-term development plan, but when you look at it, most of the time, no, generic siya. So for example, all medium-term plans will tell us na kailangan cheaper and more efficient delivery of goods and mobility of people, no? Pero hindi mo alam i-expect sa 5 years. May subway na ba yan? Metro Manila lang ba ang bibigyan ng trains o pati Metro Davao, Metro Cebu? Paano yung ibang gustong maging metro din? Paano ang Baguio, di ba? Pag sinabing flood control na ngayon, it's almost what? Maybe a fifth of the budget of DPWH, but paano yung mga lugar na katulad sa Norte at sa Bicol na parating binabagyo, no? Ano talaga ang progressive 5-year plan natin dyan, no? So ang point ko, Mr. Chair, Sir Senate President, dear colleagues, I'll give a concrete example. 40% of our barangays in the whole country does not have a primary health center. And all experts on health around the world would agree that isa sa pinaka-importante ay yung primary health unit or center. Bakit? Kasi dyan nagsisimula eh. Hindi naman sa ospital eh. Pag nasa ospital, malaki na problema mo. Di ba? Pag kailangan mo na magpa-bypass, kailangan mo na magpa-dialysis o kidney transplant, no? Pero nagsisimula yan talaga sa, ano pa nga lang eh, sa counseling pa lang pag nag-aasawa, bago pa mabuntis. Tapos pagka prenatal, postnatal, and then sa immunization ng mga bata and everything. So I do support President Marcos' intent and program to have specialized hospitals all around the country. I filed a bill, I think, way back 2014 or 15, no, na magkaroon din ng Mindanao Lung Center, Mindanao transplant, no, kidney and heart transplant, na magkaroon ng sa Norte, sa Visayas and everything, no? And I hope I will see that in the budget. But having said that, dun tayo sa pinakasimple. So anong kulang natin sa DepEd? Classrooms ba? Teachers ba? And yan ba kayang gawin in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? O anong kulang natin sa health center, no? So those are the 2 proposals, which is 1, magkaroon tayo ng scorecard, and 2, na sila magbigay sa atin nung criteria din. Kung 3 years, 5 years, may plano, para na mo-monitor natin. So may panic time din tayo. So if you say that you need 10,000 health centers, and in the 3rd year of this administration, not because of the budget, but let's say because of implementation, 3,000 lang ang nagawa, then we know that there's something we have to change. And then you have the latter part of the administration, the last 3 years, to try to make up for the targets that were not met, no? And I'll go to the last point of this manifestation. As Brother Robin and our DBM Sec Mina would say na inshallah, di ba? Inshallah, or God willing, not only will we have a good budget, but we're hoping it will be implemented well. Di ba? Ang trabaho ng Senado at Kongreso, ipasa yung budget, ng magandang budget, quality budget. Pero it's the executive who will implement, di ba? So you can have the worst budget and very good implementation, masama ang resulta. But you can also have a very good budget or the best budget at napakasama nung implementation, for example, corruption or inefficiencies or whatever, no? So kaya ako sinabing God willing o inshallah, because they said that the devil is in the details. And realistically, and it's not just this administration, but in every administration, no, we see the bigger picture of the BICAM report, but we actually have to wait until the book of the GAA is published or posted in the website ng DBM before we can see the details. And if the devil is in the details, inshallah, or God willing, walang devil sa budget ng 2023. Di ba? All of us don't want the devil there. Because if God has good plans for us, Jeremiah is a prophet respected by the Jews, by the Muslims, and by the Christians. At sabi ni Jeremiah, "For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Ma-apply mo sa budget yan eh. Everyone is hopeful in this chamber. But remember, if God has a plan, the devil also has a plan. And sinamarize din itong plan na to cheat, to steal, and to kill. No? So if we intend the budget to give us hope in the future, the devil intends the budget for stealing, for cheating, and for killing, no? For the deception. So may I ask the good chairperson and the Senate President and the Majority Leader for the chance to speak more about the budget once we see all the details. But again, very sincere congratulations in the hard work. I'm hoping this will be a very good start. And I'm hoping that nakatulong kaming i-align ang budget sa mga priorities na sinabi ng ating Pangulo sa kanyang SONA. And I'm hoping that we can be part of putting it as a 5-year package. No, we can sometimes criticize, we can sometimes collaborate, but in the end, the success of this budget, the success of this administration, is the success of the Filipino people. So again, congratulations at maraming salamat. God bless you.
Maraming salamat sa ating ginagalang na kasamaan mula sa Taguig. Mr. President, dating Speaker ng Kamara, dating kalihim ng DFA, at napakalawak. Kitang-kita po yung lawak ng kanyang karanasan. Ganon din kalawak yung kanyang pagtingin o pananaw. Very long-term vision, and I couldn't agree with him more that I think the administration will probably have, if it hasn't already finished yung medium-term development plan, doon nakapaloob kayong karamihan of the targets. But if we feel that any are lacking in detail, I think we can ask the officials to make more specific or more coherent or specific so that we can determine kung na-meet nga yung goals na yon. So thank you at salamat sa ating napakagaling na kasamahan mula sa Taguig. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Mr. President, at this juncture, may move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela City, Senator Win Gatchalian. So move, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleague from Valenzuela City, Senator Win Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the onset, Mr. President, let me congratulate the Chairman of the Finance Committee for a job well done. This is the first budget of the administration, and in the budget includes a lot of safeguards and safety nets that will help our constituents, especially next year when prices of oil and price of commodities will remain at the high level. So with that, Mr. President, again, congratulations. I would not belabor the body with my manifestation. I would just like to insert in the records my manifestation to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our colleague, Mr. President from Valenzuela, and for his hard work as Vice Chair of the committee. Thank you. Definitely contributing to a better budget.
I thought he was going to interpolate his chairman. Thank you, the distinguished gentleman from
The
Valenzuela.
chairman is also expecting that. So
He's
also
reserving
surprised.
that for the Senate President.
Thank you. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President. Next is the distinguished gentleman from the province of Davao and the province of Bohol, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
To our distinguished former chief of the Philippine National Police, now one of our highly regarded senators, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, maraming salamat. Mr. President, I just would like to manifest my gratitude to the members of the Bicameral Conference Committee, particularly our chairman of the Finance Committee, Senator Angara, for his effort in restoring back the original amount that was requested by the executive branch of government, the original amount of 10 billion for the NTF LCAC, for the Barangay Development Program. I would like to manifest, Mr. President, that in behalf of the people in the hinterlands who has just been liberated from the clutches of the New People's Army, thank you for that effort, Mr. President, to our good chairman. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank our distinguished Vice Chairperson from Davao del Sur, and thank him for his kind remarks. But actually, I want to give him the credit kasi siya yung nagpaalala sa akin nung BICAM na dapat ibalik yung dating halaga ng NTF-LCAC sapagkat kabisado niya po yung anti-insurgency na mga programa ng gobyerno at yung kahalagahan po nung whole of government approach na nakapaloob dun sa NTF-LCAC. Kasama rin po si Senator Vice Chair Go at si Senator Robin Hood Padilla sa mga nagtulak nito. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize our distinguished minority leader, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City, our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished minority floor leader, former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, if our chairman was delivered the BICAM report, we'll allow a few questions about our report, Mr. President.
Yes, certainly, to our distinguished minority leader.
Because the budget is really an immense document with many details, many moving parts, siguro mga 100,000 siguro ito, lines ito, kaya we really have to, we cannot really master everything, so there are really areas of the budget where we need more information, so I hope our chairman will grant us thank you for granting us the time and for having the patience. Let's go to procedure, Mr. President. Under our Senate rules, Rule 12, Section 35, Paragraph 5, the consideration of such report, referring to the Conference Committee report, shall not be in order unless the report has been filed with the Secretary of the Senate and copies thereof have been distributed to the members. Have we complied with this requirement, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
What copy can the chairman describe the copy
It's a
given to the members of the Senate, Mr. President? No, natanggap natin.
There is a summary, which is this one, Your Honor, and there is this a copy of the BICAM amendments adopted. Ito po, Mr. President, I'm showing it. If the record may reflect that we're holding it up for the perusal of the minority leader, Your Honor. This is furnished to our colleagues, Your Honor.
Yes, unfortunately, before coming down here, we have not received such a report, but we received the digital copy. The problem now, Mr. President, is that, for example, I have noticed that the unprogrammed appropriations, which is part of the, which will be part of the law, which is part of the report, increased by 219 billion pesos. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That's correct, Your Honor.
More or less, no? We are just using round figures.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang problema po yung detalye. Ano po kaya ito, Mr. President?
I can furnish him a list, or
Yes.
would you
Yes,
like
yes.
to be furnished?
Tapos silipin niyo.
If we ask the page, Your Honor, to give a list to. Yes.
So we are admitting that we increased the BICAM, increased the unprogrammed appropriations by 219
Yes, correct. That's correct, Your
billion.
Honor.
But then although we transferred some funds, we moved some funds, the total programmed new appropriations did not increase. It's at the same level as the Senate version.
That's correct, Your Honor.
It's also at the same level of the House version.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is it also at the same level of the President's budget, the NEP?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So therefore, the President's budget, in its unprogrammed appropriations part, is around 588 billion. So if we now add that to the programmed new appropriations, That's actually around 5.8 trillion na pesos, and we increase it by 219 billion. So are we having now the very first 6 trillion budget of the Republic of the Philippines, Mr. President?
Not quite yet. We might have to wait till next year for that, Your Honor. Because when we talk about the budget, we exclude usually the unprogrammed. This is proceeding from our discussion during the period of amendments where you made the point or assertion that we should include the unprogrammed. And I responded that we do not include it because, number one, it is not accompanied by a certification from the National Treasurer of the availability of funds, and thus it is not assured of funding. Whereas the unprogrammed is dependent upon the three conditions mentioned in the GAA, mainly exceeding revenues and loan proceeds or foreign funding, Your Honor.
But Mr. President, part of the funding for the programmed new appropriations would also be loans. I think that is admitted because we have a budget deficit actually. So the programmed new appropriations, we fund them through our taxes, non-tax revenue, and loans. Unprogrammed appropriations, ABC, but as admitted during the subcommittee hearing, most likely loans. So what would be the difference, Mr. President? So why are we making this distinction? And then at the same time, during the plenary session in November 2022, talking about the unprogrammed appropriations for 2022, there was a statement that we have already released 80% of the unprogrammed appropriations for 2022. So the unprogrammed is just basically like programmed, Mr. President, because am I correct also in saying that not all programmed new appropriations are 100% released or spent, Mr. President?
That depends on the absorptive capacity of our agencies, Your Honor, Mr. President. We've seen a great variance between various agencies, some with very good disbursement rates, while some with quite dismal disbursement rates. And I think perhaps that's where the unprogrammed comes in. And as to your point regarding the unprogrammed, well, if 2022 is our basis, then certainly it is in that sense that it is very well funded, as you mentioned, 80%. But I don't think that's been the case in past years. So it's hard to carve a general rule out of varied empirical evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for that response. So let me start by first of all asking about the interests of the marginalized and the voiceless, Mr. President. Ito po, nasayangan po ako, Mr. President, kasi itong sa Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation for the payment of retirement benefits from 2009 to 2023. Sa Senate version, because of the intervention of our subcommittee chairman, I think that's Senator J.V. Ayers ito, na nalagay po natin ito sa Senate version na, Mr. President. Ngayon, ilinipat po natin sa unprogrammed, Mr. President.
Just partially, Your Honor.
Yes, but if you look at the difference, yan po, yung 431, Mr. President, yan po yung hinihingi nung those who have been retired a long time ago. Ang iniwan natin would be, ilan yun, 100? Sino? Ano? Saan? Anong page yun? Page 7. Yes, Mr. President. The Senate version of our budget law, we approved 619,530,000. Sa BICAM ngayon, Sa BICAM, anong page? Sa BICAM, sir, we are now approving 187,899,000. So yung difference is 431,631,000. So we moved it from the Senate version in programmed new appropriations to unprogrammed. That's actually if I remember correctly, that's the amount being requested by those retired a long time ago at the IBC. So from programmed, we transferred them to unprogrammed. So ginawa pa po nating mas contingent ngayon ang pagtanggap po nila ng retirement benefits. While in the Senate version, it was, if the distinction is really valid, it was more or less sure, Mr. President.
Yes, we're certainly hoping for in 2023 that the unprogrammed will also be funded, and our House counterparts and some of our secretaries in the cabinet are cautiously optimistic that it will be funded, Your Honor.
Because I'll state this again, Mr. President. Kung kahit programmed new appropriations, inuutang din natin. And unprogrammed, uutangin din natin. So, actually,
Not necessarily, Your Honor, because maaring iutangin natin pero hindi garantisado na uutangin po natin. Kasi yung isang condition ng pag-access po ng unprogrammed fund is yung pag-produce ng revenues over targets, Your Honor. So in that case, hindi utang ho yun.
yes, that's correct, Mr. President. But during the subcommittee hearing, I think the Bureau of Treasury representative mentioned that although we have provided for 3 conditions or contingencies before unprogrammed can be funded, ang natatandaan ko pong sinabi doon most likely, because we don't really anticipate or expect extra revenues, most likely loans po ito. Loan proceeds will be the ones to fund our unprogrammed appropriations. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, so at least klaro yun. Kasi Mr. President, pagkatapos talaga nung ating pagpasa ng ating Senate version, nagpasalamat po sa akin yung mga IBC retirees. Ang sagot ko sa kanila, wag akong pasalamatan yung chairman ng subcommittee, si Senator J.B. Ejercito. Unfortunately, sana matanggap nila o ma-realize nila na lumipat from the program, more or less a sure thing, because it's programmed, to an unprogrammed, which is more contingent bali ngayon. Anyway. Bakit po sa kadami-dami po, Mr. Chairman, ng bagay na pwede nating ilipat, ito po ang ating napili sa isa sa mga ilipat?
Well, we were really looking for programs that, for space rather, for some of our amendments from our colleagues, Your Honor. So, there's so many, as you said, there's so many moving parts that sometimes it's difficult to prioritize or to distinguish. It's not to say one is more important than the other. They're all equally important, Your Honor. But I think, given the 4% increase in fiscal space between 2022 and 2023, there was really not a lot of room for new initiatives, and somehow the committee had to be somewhat creative, so to speak, in trying to find funding for a lot of these initiatives. And even till the last days of the BICAM, we were still in receipt of new amendments from our colleagues, and it was truly difficult. In fact, every time I would present or text a new request from our colleagues to our staff, they would groan because they knew that the physical space was truly hard to come by, Your Honor. So,
Yes.
That's the thing. But I think at the end of the day, I remember this time last year or 2 years ago, the then minority leader, Senator Drilon, who graduated from the same law school as you, and he's a bar top notcher like yourself, was making the distinction that why did we place such a thing as vaccines, funding for vaccines in the unprogrammed fund, and that would there be a guarantee of funding this? So I think maybe with that knowledge, there is some security that perhaps there is a good chance that these initiatives will be funded in the coming year, Your Honor.
So for 2023, talking about vaccines, Mr. President, vaccine procurement but for only for COVID-19, vaccine procurement and booster procurement for COVID-19 would be in the programmed appropriations, Mr. President, for 2023?
Program? Wala sa program. Yes, Your Honor, 3.5 billion is lodged under the unprogrammed appropriations for vaccines and other emerging disease vaccines, Your
Yes,
Honor.
unprogrammed,
Unprogrammed,
not
Your
in
Honor.
program.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's nothing in the program for vaccine COVID-19 procurement, Mr. President?
Wala po, Your Honor.
So, inulit lang po natin yung pinuna ni Senator Drilon.
At that time, I think, I'm not sure if my memory is as good as yours, Your Honor, but I think we wanted to fund around 50 billion, approximately, just rounding off, around 50 billion in funding for vaccines. And I think there was 40-something billion in the unprogrammed, where there was a portion that was in the program, if memory serves me right, Your Honor.
Yeah. No, but I'm just proceeding from our chairman's comment, quoting then Minority Leader Drilon.
I did that, Your Honor, by way of trying to show that these fears are not new, and I think they were addressed by the administration when they released the funds for those. Those fears were no longer present, of course, because the funds were released eventually, Your Honor.
Since the Secretary is here, maybe the Secretary of the DBM is here, if she has institutional memory or she can consult her institution. The funds for COVID-19, although in the unprogrammed appropriations, were released because they were secured through loans.
I think
Tama.
you're correct,
That's
Your
correct.
Honor.
Okay,
Yes,
so-
but I don't think she was with the DBM at that time. She was with the BSP
Yes.
at that time. But you're correct. I remember
Yeah, but-
many of, if not all of these, were
She can-
ADB or World Bank, Your Honor.
So through loans nga po, opo.
Opo.
Ito pa po, meron lang ako napansin, sir, because just forgive me, Mr. Chairman, kasi ngayon ko lang po nakita tong two-page two-page details on the unprogrammed. We have an entry here, support to the Barangay Development Program of the NTF-LCAC. It's 3.66 billion pesos. So is this now in addition to the restored amount that was mentioned earlier?
We had 6 billion or so item. So this brings it, if you add the 3.6, it brings us to around 10 billion total, which was the figure in the National Expenditure Program, Your Honor. So,
okay,
binalik lang po natin.
So if we now total the programmed and unprogrammed appropriations for the program called the NTF-LCAC, 10B.
Tama po.
Okay, so thank you po. So, yes, pero pagdating po rito kasi, NEP I think, recommended 10B. And then it was the House which reduced it to 5B. Hindi lang natin ginalaw. So, tapos
Opo.
pagdating sa BICAM, ito po yung problema. The BICAM is acting like a third house of Congress. Binigay ng Presidente 10B. Sabi na House 5B lang. Sinabit sa atin. Sabi ng Senate, we agree, 5B lang.
Ay, di po, nagdagdag ho tayo ng konti. We added 1.9.
Nagdagdag ba tayo? Sabi niyo hindi. Alam ko hindi.
Pero total natin is only 5. Yes, you're correct, Your Honor.
Opo,
I was
ang
getting
pagka-
dizzy from all the different
Opo,
shifts in...
Hindi.
Sabi ko, nahihilo na tayo sa daming pagbabago.
Aba, ang daming moving parts eh.
Moving, correct,
Ang daming
Your
moving parts, ang daming details. Pero yun na nga, our our former Speaker of the House mentioned that the devil is in the details. So since the budget has 10,000 details, are there 10,000 devils in the budget, Mr. President? That's a problem. So tama po, no? Tama po yun, diba, Mr. President, no? Sabi ng Executive 10B, sabi ng House 5B, sabi ng Senate Agree 5B, and then sabi ng BICAM 10B. So,
Because,
why are these
yes.
things happening, Mr. President, when the BICAM is not third house of Congress, Mr. President?
Well, legally, I think our brilliant lawyer, Minority Leader, knows that's already been settled in the case of Tolentino versus Secretary of Finance, that a totally new provision can come out of the bicameral conference. But I think practically it's also being accountable or responsive to some of the stakeholders in the program. May mga lumapit din po. Some of the congressmen wanted to increase it, and they had not known that it was actually because the speed of the approval of the HGAB or the House-approved GAB, between that and the Senate version, there was maybe 2 weeks which transpired. So I don't think, as you mentioned, there's so many moving parts. Hindi napansin yung changes. So dito lang po sa BICAM na highlight, I think, yung natapyasan siya ng pondo.
Hindi po. Pansin po yan. I mean, I'm sure, pag yung five na recommendation ng House, in-increase natin sa Senado, mapapansin ko po yun, madidiscuss natin sa floor. Ang nangyayari, naiiwasan po yung discussion sa floor. I mean, is this consciously being done? Iwasan yung discussion sa floor because walang.
Hindi po. In fact, we're discussing it on the floor right now. So hindi na iwasan. No?
Only because
Yes.
it changed.
Yes, Your
Had
Honor.
it not changed, we will not be discussing this.
Yes, Your
We will
Honor.
be discussing the budget for the House.
That's correct,
We will get to that.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Mr. President. Yun po yung I mean, saan ba ito nangyari pa? May isa pa yata nangyari ganito. Okay, anyway. Opo, so we just restored it to the but this time it's 6B programmed and 3 something unprogrammed. Ang napansin ko po, Mr. President, andyan naman ang ating budget secretary na sila ang nag-prepare ng budget. Ang halaga sa original budget proposal ng presidente na kinakawawa natin sa sobrang dami ng bawas would be the miscellaneous personal benefits fund from, I'm assuming the House bill is like the NEP. Check nyo na lang kung yan din yung NEP. From 84 billion to 26.6 billion in the BICAM. And then the pension and gratuity fund from 267.9 billion in the BICAM 176.6 billion. Hindi po ba ito, kung isama natin, a total of around 150 billion ang gumalaw sa dalawang items po na ito. Hindi po ba ito failure ng budget process o budget planning by the DBM to miscalculate by that big amount, Mr. President?
I would not say so, Your Honor. I think that's just an estimate that they've given us, but they acknowledge that the final word under the Constitution and under our budgetary process belongs with the elected representatives of the public, which is the members of both houses of Congress, Your Honor. And of course, when we made some changes, we also consulted the DBM as to schedule of payments, for instance, Your Honor. These are not totally arbitrary movements, Your Honor.
So meaning to say, Mr. President, in the NEP for 2024, DBM will be starting with the figure 26.64 billion for the miscellaneous personal benefits fund. So that anchored sila on reality, Mr. President?
The question, Your Honor, is whether they're starting with a much less amount. Is that the question?
Maybe. The question is, if the BICAM report is approved, then and then the President approves the bill, it becomes law. The miscellaneous personal benefits fund for 2023 will be 26.64 billion. In the preparation for the 2024 budget, will the DBM start with that amount of 26.64 billion? At least it's anchored in reality, Mr. President.
I cannot answer for the DBM, Your Honor, but they have their own estimates, and I'm not sure I'm not too familiar with the process of the DBM, and they come up with these amounts, Your Honor. But well, yeah.
We'll just make a mental note of it, Mr. President. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
When the time comes, pagdating ng NEP, silipin natin yung MPBF. Kunyari, times 3 o times 4 na naman nila yung GAA ng MPBF. Well, that's a big question siguro. Bakit ganon? And siguro, given, if my staff can research this, we can look at if this is already a pattern or a trend, Mr. President. So, we'll just make the report, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm sure that our panel tried its best to defend the Senate version, because I think that is the implied instructions to the Senate panel in all the BICAMs, Mr. President, diba? To at least try your best to
Yes, Your Honor.
to defend the Senate version. But of course, alam ko naman po yun na give and take po yung lawmaking process. But,
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
But meron pong mga departamento na pagtignan natin yung ending nila, yung ending budget nila po sa BICAM report, and compare it to the second and third reading Senate version, ang laki po ng swing. Bakit po gano'n? How did this happen for these departments, Mr. President, that did we change our mind that they are no longer of that priority, that we should pour funds into the department? So for example, Mr. President, itong Department of Agrarian Reform, Senate version is 10.3 billion. BICAM version, 9.8. So, ang swing po nun is minus 500 million. And actually, it's also minus 4.5 billion from the House version. So, will the people not get the impression that all of a sudden DAR is no longer of that priority, of that
No, Your
level
Honor.
of priority? Mr.
Certainly
President?
not, Your Honor. The difference between the NEP and GAV version and the BICAM report is just the transfer of one program from the program to the unprogram. This is the split program, or the support to parcelization, land for individual titling, or the split program. Senator Villar is the chair of the DAR, where we placed that in the unprogram, because what we did is a lot of the programs requiring foreign funding were put in the unprogram, because then there's the flexibility, because if the loan proceeds do not materialize, then there's no need to fund the project. But in case they materialize, then there is the appropriation from this chamber and the lower house, Your Honor. So that can be found in Special Provision 219 or 220 of the BICAM report under, this is support to foreign assisted projects, the amount of 344 billion rounded off, appropriated, herein chargeable against purpose number 4 shall be used to support foreign assisted programs and projects such as but not limited to the following. And there is a long listing of foreign funded projects: infrastructure, preparation and innovation, LRT Line 1 Cavite, Metro Manila Subway Project, and in Roman numeral 12, there is the support to parcelization of lands for individual titling, or the split project, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for that elaboration, Mr. President. But in the table I have, Mr. President, which our chairman just handed to me this afternoon, the support to parcelization of lands for individual titling split project under the column second, third, that means that is probably our Senate version, 4 billion ang nandun. And then changes, minus 4 billion. So BICAM, 0. So I get the impression that the
That is in
BICAM
the, if you, with your permission, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
On the first page of that list we handed to you, it is from, if you go from the, it's easier to go from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is the fifth line from the bottom, the sixth line rather, Your Honor. It's the support to foreign assisted projects, where there is already 330 billion lodged in the unprogrammed. That was increased by 8.1 billion approximately, Your Honor.
So we moved.
Yes, yes.
We moved some of those. So which did we move, Mr. President?
What are
The split as well as the second additional financing for Philippine Rural Development
yeah,
Project.
yes, those are the two, Your Honor.
8,
Yes.
and then maybe another amount, 138 million something.
What's the 130? Program to unprogrammed. Hindi. Foreign assisted. Hindi.
Sige pa, okay.
Pagka-foreign
Hanapin na
fund,
lang po namin yung 100.
bond naman yun.
But if the staff could
Foreign
of
funded
the LBRMO can help us also, 138 million plus still unaccounted for.
Sa foreign funding. Di ba? So, yeah. Yes, Your Honor, I'm trying to answer two interpellations at the same time.
I know.
Your Honor.
I noticed. I noticed that, Mr. President.
Begging your
I can-
indulgence,
I can-
could you repeat the question,
No,
Your Honor?
I can give way to our senior member of the Senate if she wants to. Tita, I'll give way to you so I can also sit down for.
Because that program is the major activity of the Department of Agrarian Reform. And that program has a foreign counterpart and a local counterpart. So I was just asking him if they remove the local counterpart because that's...
No, Your Honor. No,
No,
Your Honor. No.
No.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it will be funded because that's the only activity of the Department of Agrarian Reform.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand your concern. Thank you.
Yes, but talking about the split project, Mr. President, ang pagkakaintindi ko, programmed borrowing ito eh. Secured na yung loan yan sa World Bank yata eh. When we were hearing that, assured na yung funding. They have-
I was not present during the.
Yes, so-
it was Senator Villar who defended.
Yes,
the budget.
yes, that's correct, Mr. President. But and then if we now move it from programmed to unprogrammed, paano nangyari yun when it's already the funding is already secure, supposed to be secure. Nag-hire na po ng mga abogado, ino-audit na nga sila ng World Bank. Eh. So this movement from program to unprogrammed, has this any practical effect on the said program naman, the split project?
I don't think so, Your Honor, because we sought the advice of DBM for the inclusion in the unprogrammed, and they said these programs, like in the past, we would put the DOTR equivalents also in the unprogrammed, and napopondohan naman siya. So, going by experience, there is and which we did also. Senator JV is nodding his head because he was very instrumental in also ensuring that the DOTR funding would be there, Your Honor. At ang hiningi nga ng DOTR is saan program siya ilagay kung hindi na kaya sa program. Kasi alam nila yung sistema ng ganun that the
Yes.
source of loans, if loans are the source of funding for these projects, then it is okay for it to be non-programmed. Yun po.
Yes, okay po yun. If the funding source is uncertain, unprogrammed. But as explained to us during the hearing ng DAR, itong split, around 8 billion, if I remember correctly, double check yun. 6.1 billion pesos World Bank funded, andyan na po. So sure na yun, hindi ba dapat retain siya sa program, Mr. President? And then if the answer is we can just freely move nga, then I'm back to my original thesis statement that the entire budget is the sum total of programmed new appropriations and unprogrammed appropriations. So this is the first, because of the increase of 219 billion in the unprogrammed, this is the first 6 trillion budget of the Republic of the Philippines, Mr. President.
Well, I would add a collotillia to that statement, which is not entirely incorrect, Mr. President. If the unprogrammed is fully funded, then it would be the first 6 trillion budget in our history, Your Honor.
Yes, since the year 2022 is not yet over, we will get a report from the DBM, the DOF, the BTR on for the 2022 unprogrammed, how much has been funded, Mr. President. Okay. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Ito po yung mga swings po na nakita ko po na malalaking swings sa BICAM. We have, for example, Mariano Marcos State University. 1.5 billion swing, Mr. President. So the increase is 1.5 billion. BICAM granted the increase. Am I correct in my reading, Mr. President? When I compare the BICAM report to the Senate second and third reading, so 1.5 billion ang inalaw nating increase. So may we know
Med school ba yun?
saan
It's
pupunta?
the medical school which they're putting up in line with the Doktor para sa Bayan law that our handsome majority leader passed into law.
Tsaka ngayon ko na napansin, nandito si Senator Amy Marcos. Meron palang Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University at saka meron
That's in La Union, Your Honor.
Meron din
I was
Mariano
also
Marcos.
confused, but I was once the chair of the Committee on Higher Education in the House, and I was surprised because the more famous one is the, of course, without disrespect to La Union, but the famous one is the one in Ilocos Norte, and I discovered there was a DMMSU, aside from
Yes.
MMSU.
And then, Mr. President,
Yeah. Soon there may be a... Never mind, Your Honor.
ito rin po, the big swings, Mr. President, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, it's a 1.25 billion swing, Mr. President. Ano po mga justification po nito? And where is this located, Mr. President?
Central Bicol. Okay. I think that's in Camarines Sur, if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor.
Check nga. So, for example, Mr. President, yung Mariano Marcos, they will be establishing a medical college.
Medical
Siguro.
school, Your
Yeah,
Honor,
Medical
yes.
school or college. So, yun ang gastos, 1.5 billion. Ito pong Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, paano po na-justify yung 1.25 billion increase?
There is a digital campus transformation project in the Pili campus, Your Honor. Pili is in Camarines Sur, Your Honor.
Digital.
It's where the airport is, according to Vice Chair Senator Francis Tolentino, Your Honor.
Okay. Nagtataka lang ako, Mr. President, kasi bakit sa BICAM lalabas eh. I mean, kasi dapat sa committee hearings pala. Kasi for example, Mariano Marcos State University,
Yeah. These are House amendments, Your Honor.
Yes,
Not,
yes.
not. Although it's the BICAM amendment,
BICAM,
it's
we accept-
initiated by the House, Your Honor.
but we accepted them. Kaya nga, if the budget bill originates in the House, how come it was incomplete when it reached the Senate, Mr. President? I mean,
Well, that's the reality,
and
Your
then,
Honor.
yes, matagal din nagpending sa atin. Dapat nga patagalin pa nga natin pa para kung may mga ideas na digital, ano yun sabi? Digital transformation, napag-uusapan po natin sana. Opo. And then we have, I notice also West Visayas State University. Ang swing,
That's in Iloilo, Your
yeah,
Honor.
it's a 900 million peso swing, Mr. President.
I think they're also, well, I know they're one of those who have also a medical school and a hospital, Your Honor. So, but I'm checking for the details, because again, that's a House amendment, Your Honor. There is a construction of College of Law building worth 400 million, and for the West Visayas State University Medical Center, construction of medical arts building, parking, patients room, and training center worth 500 million, Your Honor. Among other, there are other smaller items, but those are the two largest items. There's also items on higher education, research and innovation, financial assistance to athletes, increase in carrying capacity of the College of Medicine, among others, Your Honor.
Yes, sayang, Mr. President, no? Sana napag-usapan din dito sana. But parang lumalabas, these are last-minute House proposals during the BICAM, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, itong Cebu Technological University, Mr. President, tayo naman ang
Technological, CTU.
yung atin namang nagpropose tayo ng 327.3 million increase. Ang ending 157.3 million increase lamang. So we accepted a reduction from our own proposed amendments, Mr. President, for Cebu Technological University. How?
But the appropriation is still there. Under DP, bakit hindi pa ito? Ng House? Why not? Your Honor, the item is still intact, but it's lodged under the DPWH for implementation. So,
Magkano difference yun? 100. So, Mr.
completion
President.
of medical school?
So,
Cebu Technological
University.
Liloan Campus and Cebu Technological University Bourbon Campus. Buildings for these two campuses of CTU, Your Honor.
Oo nga, Mr. President, in the Senate version, they were reflected in the budget for the university.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then in the BICAM, we agreed that the same amount of 170 was taken from the budget of the university and lodged with the DPWH.
Pero ang gumalaw is...
Bakit kailangan pong gawin po yun? At medyo nakakalito tuloy.
Bakit nga? This was actually a request made by Deputy Speaker Frasco of the House, Your Honor. But he sent us a letter. But he preferred it to be in the DPWH.
To move it.
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
so the Senate version was actually preserved, but gumalaw lang sa
Yes,
ibang
Your
entry.
Honor. The implementing agency changed, Your Honor.
Thank you for that clarification, sir. Kasi they might get the impression, I got the impression na binawasan po natin.
Hindi po.
Pagdating po sa Eastern Visayas State University, saan po ba ito located? There's also a 1.5 billion peso swing.
EBSU
Mr.
is in
President.
Tacloban, Your Honor.
Tacloban.
But they also have campuses outside of Tacloban. But if I remember, if the majority leader can correct me because he was very active as our chair of higher ed before becoming majority leader. But I believe that's in Tacloban and with campuses outside in Leyte, Your Honor.
And how did the House justify the last minute addition of 1.5 billion pesos, Mr. President?
It is a program for intelligent campus enhancement, Your Honor. That is the rubric of the House amendment, Your Honor.
If I may, I think they also established another Dula campus, Mr. President. That's another satellite campus for EBSU.
Thank you
Put on
very
record,
much for
Mr.
that
President.
addition, Your Honor.
We passed that measure last Congress with the help of our minority leader and Chairperson Senator Angara. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, for that information.
Yes, the Dula is a place, Mr. President. It's a
Campus.
because we have already, Mr. President, we have an entry in the unprogrammed appropriations, Smart Intelligent Campus, ICT Modernization and Advanced Digital Infrastructure Program of various state universities and colleges, 17.8 billion pesos given by the BICAM. So this will be in addition to the billion peso increases in some
Breakdown.
SUCs for this same purpose, Mr. President?
Different campuses, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, in some campuses,
Yeah.
we were able to give the
This is
bill-
also an HOR amendment, Your Honor.
Yes, yun na nga.
Yes, wala ho tayong dinagdag sa digital infrastructure. Our additions were mostly to implement the Doktor para sa Bayan and other construction projects, Your Honor. Meron?
So the House of Representatives for Smart Intelligent Campus proposed amendments to specific SUCs and also a lump sum in unprogrammed appropriations.
That's correct, Your
Ganun
Honor.
na nangyari.
That's
Opo.
correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Sayang, hindi natin po na-discuss kasi sa BICAM na na propose. Leyte Normal College, Mr. President, saan ba to located? I also saw a 120 million swing or increase.
That's
Mr.
also in
President.
Tacloban, Your Honor. But
Tacloban.
I'm sure they may have satellite campuses also.
How did the proponent or the House do we ask the House, Mr. President, for justification if they propose?
Yes, Your Honor. They
increases?
give us the programs that it will be funded. That will be funded by their additions, Your Honor. So there are three with respect to Leyte Normal. There is the Tulong Dunong program. There is the construction of the multipurpose building integrated learning school in the LNU main campus in Tacloban. And there is the construction of the multipurpose building, research extension, and innovation center for the Leyte Normal Palok campus, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. In the BARM region, Mr. President, Mindanao State University, we gave it the BICAM gave it an additional 2.3 billion. So this would be good news. Pero ano pong detalye po nito, Mr. President?
Yes, we will inquire from the staff. So again, this is a House amendment, Your Honor.
Laki rin. Bakit last minute? Tsaka mga bakit last minute? Hindi na nakikita.
Alin, starting from... There is the MSU Marawi Design and Development of Student Smart Hub and Resiliency Center, 1.08 billion. MSU Marawi Enhancement of Productivity and Operational Efficiency Application System, 250 million. MSU Naawan Digital Transfiguration and Literacy Systems Development, 1 billion, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And another thing I noticed, Mr. President, is the decrease in the budget of the Bureau of Customs, 731 million, Mr. President. What
Let's move to the unprogrammed, Your Honor. We moved it.
under what line or entry, Mr. President?
Also in the support to foreign assisted projects, or FAPs for short. It's maybe we should give. May I ask the page also? Perhaps we can furnish His Honor with a list of the FAPs to be funded, the special provision. Maybe ask the page to furnish the minority leader with that listing, please.
Si support to foreign assisted projects, nasa 588 na yan, original. Part siya dyan, yung 335. Yan yung malaking halaga na dito natin. Okay. Hindi na break, not sa dagdagan. So transferred, Mr. President, that's the answer. Transferred.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Pero Mr. President, the changes in the BICAM for FAPS, support to FAPS, is 8.138 billion pesos. We have accounted for the 4 billion. So if we add the 731 million, lalampas na po sa changes made by the BICAM on support to FAPS, Mr. President.
Pero pasok siya dun sa ano. It's included also in the existing because there's an existing item, Your Honor, for 335 or so billion, Your Honor.
If that is the case, then why did it appear originally in the budget of the Bureau of Customs, Mr. President, under programmed appropriations?
There it was a specific line item, but here now it's included under the general support to foreign assisted projects, Your Honor.
Okay. Oo nga, so the practical effect from the point of view of the Bureau of Customs is before we were sure of the funding, now it's more contingent. Ganun po ba yun, Mr. President? Because it's unprogrammed.
A little less certain, but as you mentioned, going by experience, there's a good chance, particularly maybe even higher for those which are foreign assisted, Your Honor.
Mr. President,
Thank you. Salamat.
okay, thank you for that, Mr. President. I also noticed that the budget for the Bureau of Local Government Finance, we almost halved it, Mr. President. Kinalahati natin. Won't their, in the BICAM, won't their operations be affected, Mr. President? From 579.8 million pesos to 319.5 million pesos.
That's also under the support to foreign assisted projects or FAPS, which we handed to you. It's the Roman numeral 19, Your Honor. The local governance reform project, Your Honor.
So we are taking from programmed appropriations lodged under BLGF and we put it to unprogrammed. So that is what happened, Mr. President.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Well, ito na lang po, mga observations na lang po na yung DOH, I think, nabawasan. Ano bang number itong DOH number? Ang DOH po, nabawasan ng, sa Senate version, 221.7 billion, BICAM 209.6 billion.
Those are all foreign
Ano pong maapektuhan ng PAPS po ng DOH?
There are 3 programs which were lodged in the unprogrammed from the programmed, Your Honor. Again, if you refer to the list just furnished you, it's Roman numeral 20, 21, and 22, Your Honor. 20 is the Health System Enhancement to Address and Limit Heal COVID-19 Project, the Philippine COVID-19 Emergency Response Project 2, or PSERP 2, and the third is the World Bank Philippine Multisectoral Nutrition Project, Your Honor.
So ganun po kalaki ang funding pala ng mga yon, around 12 billion pesos? 11 to 12 billion? Kasi yun ang galaw, di ba? 12 billion ang galaw?
Anyway, the actual the House made an amendment of addition of 5 billion during in the GAB, Your Honor. In the GAB, yes, in the HGAB. And at the BICAM, they reprogrammed it to another agency, Your Honor. So, I guess worth 7 ba? Ang tatlong program? Ang total ng 7.
Tayo pala nag-increase. Senate tayo.
Sorry, I correct myself, Your Honor. They took away around 7 billion, Your Honor. So, these 3 programs that we are discussing totals around 3 billion, Your Honor.
It's a Senate which pala, we were proposing an 11.2 billion increase in the DOH budget. So
Correct, Your Honor. Correct.
So
Yes.
in effect, we did not insist on this, Mr. President. So ano yung na-envision natin, ano po yung na-envision ng Senate sana na gawin ng DOH na hindi na po nila matutuloy because parang we let go of our 11.2 billion amendment, Mr. President. Bumaba pa eh. Bumaba ng 900 million.
So, hindi nawala.
Tayo, 11. So, ganun yung swing. So, the swing is 12.1.
So, actually, again, how much was given there? That amount was given to the unprogrammed, Your Honor. The health workers' allowances, Your Honor. Yeah. Because there is an additional 34 billion for health workers' allowances in the unprogrammed, Your Honor.
Pakihanap health workers now. Ang isa din pong malaking swing would be the DICT, Mr. President. Senate proposed an increase of
Ano yung initial?
1.9 million. Ang nangyari, minus 442 million pa po sila. And we are taking it from the Office of the Secretary. So, is this an indication that both houses of Congress are not happy with the performance of the DICT, Mr. President?
Bakit?
Health
Hindi
workers. Huh?
Well, it was reprioritized by the HOR, Your Honor.
Cut, it was cut so that the amount could be brought somewhere else.
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
President?
Yes.
Sige. But the NTC was increased by 100 million, Mr. President. What was the justification, Mr. President, given to us? Kasi tayo hindi tayo nag-propose ng sa NTC
It's for the purchase of equipment, Your Honor.
equipment.
Well, the exact language is purchase of equipment and various infrastructure projects for the NTC central and regional offices. It's an agency request, Your Honor.
Equipment, okay. Well, sana sa budget call na-accommodate na sana ng DBM po ito, Mr. President, kasi gugulat po tayo sa BICAM lumalabas eh. The Department of Justice, Mr. President, si Office of the Solicitor General, we also from so the Senate's recommended increase was not accepted by the House, Mr. President. Back to
No, it's only that just reflects an internal realignment, Your Honor, because it was their request, the agency request, Your Honor.
The Senate, Mr. President, recommended a net change of 146.7 million. Pinapa-increase natin.
Are we discussing
Office of the Solicitor General.
Solicitor General?
Yes,
Your
sir. Yes, sir.
Honor? Yeah, from the gap, but he's saying the Senate first.
Bumalik lang. Hindi, sa DOJ yun eh. Sa Board of Claims.
Di ba nagdagdag tayo?
Oo nga.
Senate first.
Kasi 10,000 lang yan? 10,000.
Well, there was apparently the Solgen made two requests from the House and the Senate, and we both granted it in that amount. And we discovered it was for the same item. It would have been a double entry if we did not withdraw one item, Your Honor.
Okay. So meaning to say the House bill is already an increase over the NEP. Yeah, ganun pala.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes. In what amount kaya? Alamin niyo in what amount. And then let's go to, Mr. President, to the Department of Labor and Employment. The Senate version, we wanted an increase of 1.7 billion. Ang nangyari, ang ending po ay sa BICA, mababawasan pa po sila ng 365.7 million pesos for the Department of Labor. So what would be affected, Mr. President? Office of the Secretary, Mr. President.
Your Honor, I just want to get the accurate documents. May I just ask for a 1-minute suspension, Your Honor?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I've just been informed by my staff that the Office of the Solicitor General's budget under the NEP is 1.244 billion. So we will now, in the BICAM, we will end at 1.371. So may, at the end of the process, may increase din po pala ang OSG. Opo. So, well, yun na lang po, no? Yung Office of the Secretary ng Labor and Employment, sana hindi po sila maapektuhan sa minus 365.7 million. And then TESDA, Mr. President, napakalaki ng ang baba ng budget po na sa BICAM. Saan ba yung TESDA? Okay. Minus 2.22 billion pesos, Mr. President. Ano, hindi po ba maapektuhan ng kasi tayo po sa Senado,
Where's the NEP to ano?
ginusto nga natin na 19.3 billion ang budget po ng TESDA. Ang ending po ng BICAM 16 billion. So it's a swing of 3.3 billion pesos ng TESDA. Hindi po ba maapektuhan yung mga PAPs po ng TESDA na alam naman natin na ito po nakatutok sa mga non-formal education na, Mr. President?
Well, actually, the end result of 16 billion, 16.01 billion is still much higher than the NEP figure of 13.4, Your Honor. So I think the House made some realignments or reprioritizations, but at the end of the day, the final figure is still 2.53 or thereabouts, 2.53 billion higher than the National Expenditure Program, Your Honor. So I think, you know, when looking at the relative changes, but if you look at the changes from the NEP, then it must be emphasized that this chamber and the BICAM did what it could to ensure that the bottom line or the net, the last figure was still favorable in terms of adding to education and abiding by the constitutional mandate of giving a high budgetary priority to education, Your Honor.
Yes,
If I may, Mr. President, just to put on
Yeah,
record.
I forgot to mention, these are the majority leader's amendments as well as Vice Chair Legarda or our pro temp, Your Honor,
Yes,
because since I will take, with the permission of the majority leader, I'll take advantage of the presence of Secretary Pangandaman. There are laws which are not funded every year, and perhaps, of course, I don't expect them to have perfect knowledge, dear Minority Leader, Your Honor, because, you know, we passed a lot of laws. We've been very productive, but siguro there's a lag time between funding these laws and the passage of these laws. So I'm seeking some kind of a conference with them next year, maybe in line also with the point of Senator Cayetano that part of our oversight function is to ensure that these laws do not become unfunded mandates, Your Honor. So we would like to write them about the laws which year in, year out, we fund. The Doktor para sa Bayan is one of them. The mental health law, the rare diseases law, tulong trabaho law, which are, we augment the funding every year, but for some reason, because of the rule of thumb of the DBM not to fund congressional initiatives, though there will be a recurring need for this funding. So we want to somehow remedy that situation with the help of the DBM, Your Honor. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you to the Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, just to put on record, and we laud the efforts of our committee chair, Senator Angara, and the rest of the Senate panel, the tulong trabaho law, which has not been funded for quite a while, I think about 2-3 years ago, napondohan po ngayon. And isa pa, Mr. President, that I'd like to place on record, when we passed the Senate version, Mr. President, we found out that in the UACTEA, wala hong pondo yung mga bagong scholars na papasok pa lang for next year. And through the efforts of our chair, Senator Angara, we were able to put in additional 106 million for the newcomers in the UWACTEA law, Mr. President. Just to put on record. Thank you.
Thank you for the inputs, Mr. President.
Thank you to the Majority Leader, Your Honor.
But then this will be a recurring topic. Sabihin na natin, if that's a problem, but a recurring topic in the budget process if the DBM will continue to disregard congressional initiatives or amendments, not appreciating the reason why funds were given. Because if funds were given to implement a law, then they should be conscious of that and then adjust their starting amount for the agency, Mr. President.
Yes, we totally agree. That was my point earlier, Your Honor, na sana mapondohan yun year after year because it's a recurring need. Like, for example, the Doktor Para sa Bayan. We funded that even before the law was passed. And then finally, when the law was passed, it was not included in the National Expenditure Program. So we augmented it for 1 year, and then the next year, wala. So paano yung second-year students nun? So we had to, again, find funding for that, Your Honor.
And
So,
just to put on record, Mr. President, not because Secretary Pangandaman is here, in the previous administration headed by Secretary Avisado, I remember meeting with him in Malacanang and here in the Senate. But unfortunately, Mr. President, hindi ho pinondohan ng DBM yung tulong trabaho law. And now, since the assumption of Secretary Mina, kita ho kagad, nandyan po yung pondo for tulong trabaho law. Just to put on record.
and to the credit of the DBM, we've already sounded them off that we will do this next, hopefully in the first quarter when the budget call is being done. And they have expressed receptiveness to the idea, Your Honor, in fairness to them.
Yes. At any rate, if they're conscious of that not all congressional initiatives are just a desire of the legislator to fund something.
Yes, Your Honor.
Some are,
That's very well put, Your Honor.
we need to fund the laws that we have enacted, Mr. President. So, if everyone is conscious about that, so even the DBM, from the start, maganda na po yung base figure po natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay. So, well, anyway, Mr. President, I will just manifest na lang that even the Department of Migrant Workers, Office of the Secretary, the BICAM is a lower amount from the Senate version. And the DOST, total budget for the department and attached agencies is also lower by 197 million, Mr. President. Sana hindi po sila maapektuhan. Pero ito po ang DSWD, Mr. President. The Office of the Secretary budget in the BICAM is 19 billion pesos lower than the Senate version, Mr. President. Siguro, medyo kailangan po natin siguro mag-comment po rito, Mr. President.
I understand your concern, Your Honor, and may I, with your permission, put on record that the National Expenditure Program provided 14.979 billion for the Department of Migrant Workers for 2023,
14, okay.
but the BICAM provided 15.894.
Okay.
So this is an increase, a net increase of around, well, approximately 1 billion pesos, Your Honor. So I think that I don't want that to be lost amidst the change of figures, Your Honor. And what were the other agencies mentioned by His Honor? I heard DSWD, Your Honor.
DOST pero 197 million ang nakita ko parang lower total. And then, this one na lang, sir, Mr. President, kaya sa DSWD na po tayo mag-discuss. Yung Office of the Secretary is the BICAM amount of 196.5 billion pesos is 19 billion pesos lower than the Senate version. So, parang in effect, the Senate let go of our ideas for 19 billion pesos worth of funding, Mr. President.
Sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
DSWD, Mr. President, Office of the Secretary, BICAM report amount is 196.5 billion, while the Senate version is 215.2 billion pesos. So more or less 19 billion pesos lower po.
Yes,
so
again,
that
this
means
is a-
we
these
let,
are-
we let go of our ideas, Mr. President.
At tayo po, wala tayong binawas sa... tama ba? Wala tayong binawas sa BICAM report, Your Honor. It's a House realignment again. But again, I think must place on record, Your Honor, that the NEP provided 196.7 billion for the DSWD for 2023, but the BICAM report provides 199.25 billion. So again, that you're talking about an increase, a net increase between NEP and BICAM report of 2.48 billion, Your Honor. So I guess amidst the many movements, what is important at the end of the day is what agencies we prioritized from NEP to passage of the BICAM report. So all of these we discussed, the TESDA, the DMW, Department of Migrant Workers, the DSWD. The net effect is to increase their budgets, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. My point, Mr. President, is we have our version kasi. We have our version, the Senate version. We passed in plenary. So we envisioned a budget for the department which is 19 billion pesos more. I mean, so that means we had grander plans for the department.
That is true to a certain extent, Your Honor, but don't forget the Senate version is also based on the HGAB version, Your Honor. So it's not, just because it's called the Senate version does not mean it is totally the product of our work or thought process, no? Because the House, because it is based on the HCAB, that is the basis for.
Yes.
So if the House, the BICAB decides to that they would like to reprioritize their spending between agencies, then we have to respect that to a certain degree, Your Honor.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President, but let's use the Office of the Secretary of the DSWD as an example. 7.98 billion pesos po ang ating Senate increase. Dinagdagan natin eh. So, well, because of the BICAM, we let it go. So that means when we were passing our version, we had an idea of additional PAPs for the DSWD. So hindi na po natin ito makakamit because we let it go. Although ang bottom line is the budget for the DSWD, Office of the Secretary, in the BICAM report is even higher than the figure under the NEP.
Yes,
Mr.
Your
President.
Honor.
Okay, so
Higher by
thank you.
2.48 billion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, si Department of Transportation lang po, sir. I think the BICAM report ends with 105.5 billion pesos. The Senate version is 174.3 billion pesos. So, napakalaki po ng swing. Although ang House version naman, 122.5 billion pesos. So, ang swing natin, 69 billion. From our version to the BICAM, it's a decrease of 69 billion pesos. In the House version, it's a decrease of 17 billion pesos.
How much is the UA ng DOTR? How much is the UA? Because you have to take it into account. How much is the UA? Sa FAPS. Your Honor, I confirm the figures you mentioned earlier. And for clarity, if I may repeat them, for fiscal year 2023, under the NEP, the DOTR would have received 168.48 billion pesos, which was reduced in the GAB to 124.34 billion pesos, which was increased in the Senate version to 176.2, and then finally settled at 107.42 billion in the BICAM report. And the reason here is we moved to the unprogrammed a lot of the, because many of the projects of the DOTR, as the presiding officer who once handled the budget of the DOTR knows that many of the big ticket items here, Your Honor, are foreign funded or foreign assisted projects. So we moved project. So we moved a lot to the unprogrammed, specifically to the support to foreign assisted projects. And if you look at the list given to you earlier, these are Roman numeral 1 to 10, Your Honor. This is the Infrastructure Preparation and Innovation Facility, the LRT Line 1 Cavite Extension, the Metro Manila Subway Project, the North-South Commuter Railway System, the PNR South Long Haul Project, Maritime Safety Capability Improvement Project, the EDSA Greenways Project, the Cebu Bus Rapid Transit Project, the MRT3 Rehab Project, and the Mindanao Railway Project. These are the ones which were moved to the unprogrammed under the support to the foreign assisted projects, Your Honor. But again, maybe let me also say that the amount of 107.42 is still an increase over this year's budget of around 80 billion, Your Honor. So it's 27 billion more than this year's GAA figure, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, but under the President's message, sabi niya, he was really excited to report that he would pour resources to the DOTR for this. It's part siguro na rin ng build better, more slogan, Mr. President. But I have a different figure, Mr. President. That's my problem. My copy of the BICAM report, the final budget for the Department of Transportation is 105,530,385,000. And Your Honor mentioned 107 billion.
Yes, I apologize because I included the budget for the government corporations, namely the CAAP, there's 100 million there, and the LRTA, there's a 1.05 billion there, and the PNR, there's 740. So that would account for the discrepancy in your figure of 105 and the figure I cited, which is 107.4, Your Honor.
It's in other lines, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. What I read was the total DOTR family, Your Honor. I think what you were looking
Thank
at
you.
was if you took the OSEC and attached agents, if you took the OSEC and the attached agencies, but not the CAAP, the LRTA, and the PNR. So if you include those three,
Yes, sir.
it will tally, Your Honor.
Just to go into the practical matters, Mr. President. So if we moved it from programmed to unprogrammed, and then what was moved, Mr. President? Because sa version talaga natin, nasa program siya. What was moved? The Government of the Philippines counterpart for the foreign assisted project, or the loan proceeds in the programmed appropriations?
The decrease, Your Honor, is right-of-way. There was a decrease in the right-of-way budget. But the support to FAPS is listing of the 10 projects is still there, Your Honor. So, yun ang nakasama sa DOTR budget.
Yeah, Mr. President, so in the original presentation of the DOTR budget, sometimes meron niyang foreign assisted project, Government of the Philippines counterpart, and then there's also loan proceeds. So, kung meron po tayong ginalaw doon, which is most likely ang ginalaw po natin?
Yung foreign assisted yon, Your Honor.
The loan proceeds.
GOP counterpart. Yung GOP counterpart, Your
The
Honor.
GOP, okay. So the GOP counterpart now becomes contingent on the realization of the three conditions before unprogrammed appropriations are released.
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi
Yes.
pagka wala rin naman yung foreign component, then there is no need for the local component, Your Honor. So but as we mentioned in our earlier discussion, kapag nare-release naman pagka ganitong klaseng sitwasyon na foreign funded talaga siya, more often than not, napopondohan ho talaga siya. So there's the hope there that it will be funded, and we're also hoping that DOTR, although I did not defend their budget, we're also hoping, I think during my first year in 2019 for the 2020 budget, that was the only year I handled the DOTR budget. But they have a very nice presentation at the time, but I was told by the LBRMO that their disbursement rate was quite low, in truth and in fact, Your Honor.
If I may add,
Yes,
the,
yes, Your Honor.
the GOP side will be used for the right-of-way and the VAT payments, and the loan proceeds will be used for the civil works, the mechanical, and the electrical. So that's how it will be
Thank you.
budgeted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, that's why I'm, Mr. President, I'm asking the details now on what was moved, because if we move the government of the Philippines counterpart to the unprogrammed, does that mean that even our counterpart we borrow, Mr. President? So nasira na yung sinabi ng ating presiding officer that we borrow for the civil works, the detailed engineering works, but the government of the Philippines must come up with its counterpart for road right-of-way and other VAT, the VAT.
And the right-of-way, Your Honor.
So just to be clarified, Mr. President, kasi next year baka mapuna na naman namin yung commitment fees, penalty fees, kasi one of the largest sa DOTR in this budget cycle, Mr. President, Senator Binay also pointed this out, the commitment fees, the penalty fees. So ganun ba yun when we move it, na even si GOP ay kailangan pa natin utangin or subject to the three conditions? So we might encounter delays, and then more. Next year, we will now see in the COA reports an increase in commitment fees and penalty fees, Mr. President.
Well, that really depends on the agency. They have to move fast. They have to obligate the money quickly, Your Honor.
So the transfer from programmed appropriations to unprogrammed appropriations will not affect the efficiency of the agency in implementing a foreign-assisted project, Mr. President? Even in terms of penalty fees, bank fees, commitment fees, yung pong napuna natin ngayong budget cycle, Mr. President?
Well, according to the Secretary, hindi naman daw, Your Honor.
Sige, because sa next budget cycle, Mr. President, we will just have to bring this up again, yung mga pagdating po sa fees. Kasi I think, if I remember correctly, nasa 200 million na rin. 200 million na ba? Sa isang ahensya pa lamang po, Mr. President, like the DOTR, around. I may be mistaken, no, kasi sa dami ng figures, but ganun na po kalaki. It's of an amount that we need to also pay attention to it already, Mr. President. And then, Mr. President, on the CHED, Mr. President, napansin ko na the House proposed a 34.95 billion budget for CHED. The Senate even added to it 35.77 billion yung ating proposal, but we're ending with the 30.88 billion.
What
So
page,
we can, let's just round off the difference of 5 billion, Mr. President. What programs of CHED will be affected, Mr. President?
Your Honor, if you could bear with me, I'm just waiting
Yes,
for
sir.
the document that includes both the NEP and as what I have is just the GAB. Yeah, that's the same, pero ano yung NEP figure?
Ito ay.
House din yan? House? Pero what's the NEP to NEP to... Anong page dito sa budget worksheet? Isang document na lang kasi para kita ko lahat. Ang hirap eh. Tatalon-talon tayo. Maybe ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President. Just
Session
to
suspended.
get our documents in order.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration, Mr. President, of the General Appropriations Act for 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, with the permission of our two colleagues, the sponsor and the interpolator.
Certainly,
our minority
certainly,
floor leader.
Mr.
With the
President.
indulgence, of course, of our...
Certainly,
Yes,
certainly.
Chair.
Thank you.
Just
you.
for a few minutes so that we can just take up the
Please take as long as you want, Your Honor. I think I asked the staff to take a break already. Well-deserved break, Your Honor.
So, but we will pass it today.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President.
We'll pass it today, dear sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So please don't make the staff go home yet.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
They're just going to the
Do a
comfort
restroom
room.
break.
and
Yeah,
the-
just
just
also
to-
to put on record, they have yet to sleep, Mr. President.
I know. Okay, with
Thank
there
you.
be no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 33rd session, Tuesday, November 29, 2022, and consider the same as approved. So moved.
There
Mr.
being no
President.
objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
I asked for a short reference of business to just take up the resolutions. Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
please
President.
proceed, Secretary. Or- we don't need, Your Honor, because it's a
don't need-
simple resolution, therefore we may proceed to
So
the...
we can proceed now, Mr. President.
adoption
Thank
of
you.
resolution.
Well, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 336 and for the Secretary to read only the title of the measure. So move, Mr. President. Baka kailangan ng extra. Thanks, boss.
Yes, there being no objection, please proceed, Secretary.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 336, resolution congratulating and commending the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Medicine and Surgery on its sesquicentennial anniversary and for its considerable contribution to the development of medical and healthcare educational institutions in the country.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. I think, Mr. President, you need to relinquish the...
No, I will just insert,
Oh, really,
I
Mr.
will just
President?
insert my sponsorship speech, and I will just allow you to take the limelight because this is your alma mater, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I be allowed to just give a short speech, Mr. President?
Yes, there being no objection, the Majority Leader may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. It is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 336, commending the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery in its sesquicentennial or 150th anniversary celebration this 2022. Mr. President, this resolution is very special to me as a Thomasian and as an athletic scholar from high school to college and a former UST Growling Tigers in the 90s. Mr. President, despite the rumors behind me, Mr. President, I would still like to put on record that I am thrilled to know that we have in the gallery our Dean of the UST School of Medicine, Dean Maria Lourdes D. Maglinaw, our Secretary General, Father Louis Coronel, our Regent, Father Angel Aparicio, Assistant Dean Remedios D. Chan, Faculty Secretary Dr. Pe, Faculty Council Member Dr. King. Mr. President, muntik na po akong maging magna sa UST, hindi po magna cum laude. Muntikan na akong mag 9 years, pero praise God, 8 years lang po, Mr. President. Ang ginugol ko sa UST campus dito po sa Espanya, Manila. Marami po akong unforgettable moments sa loob ng campus at maging nangyari doon sa UST Medicine Auditorium na may pinakamalaking auditorium noon sa UST. Mr. President, wag ko kayong mag-alala, hindi po ako magkukwento ng 150 stories sa UST. Pero gusto kong sabihin, marami akong hindi makalimutan na storya sa buhay ko sa UST College of Medicine. Pag nagko-concert po yung Side A, Mr. President, I have to be there. At marami pang concerts na nangyari doon sa College of Medicine. That's why I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, our dear Senate President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, for initiating this resolution and inviting this humble representation, being the son of UST, and inviting also the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery to grace our session today. I am sure that they had to look for relievers, Mr. President, just to be with us today. I muse at the thought of how long 150 years is. Indeed, no one of us could reach that age, but our institutions do. People come and go, but our institutions, our universities, this August chamber, Mr. President, will stay for as long as it takes. For the UST FMS, it's 150 years and counting. Reaching this milestone must have been ecstatic, not only for the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, but to the entire Thomasian community worldwide. What is uplifting and downright inspiring is that our national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, who used both a pen and a scalpel hand in hand in fighting for our freedom, studied medicine at UST from 1878 to 1882. I have nothing but an impeccable admiration for our hero doctor who shared with the same university as the other equally talented individuals who swore the Hippocratic Oath. Dr. Jose Rizal received 6 sobresaliente marks or excellent and 6 aprovechado or very good among others in his academic track as a medicine student at UST. Mr. President, the saying, "Tell me who your teachers were, and I will tell you who you are," speaks of the role of UST in molding the heart and mind of Dr. Jose Rizal that led him to become our national hero. The UST is indeed a hero maker and a change maker. Above all, it was an epoch maker. In an article, Dr. Luis Mayo Lau narrated that prior to the establishment of UST's Faculty of Medicine, Filipinos had to go to Mexico, Mr. President, to study medicine. Sa layo po ng Mexico at haba ng biyahe sa dagat noon, literally, suntok po sa buwan para sa mga Pilipino ang pag-aaral ng medisina. Subalit, Ginoong Pangulo, sa pagbubukas ng medisina sa UST, naging abot kamay ito para sa mga Pilipino. Mr. President, the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, originally founded in the year 1871, is the oldest medical school in the Philippines. Everyone knows that UST was established in 1611, or older than Harvard, Mr. President. It has been through the toughest of times, yet it emerged as the country's pioneer faculty in medicine and healthcare. Over the years, UST produced over 40,000 doctors. Its roster of alumni includes secretaries of the Department of Health and national leaders like Dr. Luisa Estrada, who served at the Philippine Senate from 2001 to 2007. Mr. President, excellence is evident in its exemplary performance in the recently held October 2022 physician licensure examination with 416 successful Tomasian doctors and 3 top-notchers, Mr. President, namely Dr. Kim Zapatos Zia, top 4, Dr. Neil Stephen Cachuela, top 7, then Dr. Christian Jerel Cosme, top 9. Over the last 5 years, Mr. President, from 2018 to this year of 2022, aside from having the biggest number of medical graduates, UST has consistently landed in the list of top-performing schools in the physician licensure examinations. Pero ang magagaling na performance ng UST sa physician licensure examination ay hindi lang po nitong mga nakaraang taon. From my first year in UST High School, in 1992 until my graduation, Mr. President, naging permanenteng display na po ang mga streamers. Wala pa ho kasing tarpaulin noon. O video wall nung time na yon, congratulating Tomasian top-notchers in the physician licensure examinations. Sa totoo lang po, kahit nakaka-proud, sawang-sawa na po kaming magkakaklase sa mga streamers sa UST Medicine Building noon. More importantly, the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery's pandemic response became a beacon for our healthcare professionals in the battle against COVID-19. Amidst the new normal, they came up with learning setups that best suit the delivery of education, especially in the internal medicine clerkship program. Mr. President, let me say that if we look at the history of UST, we can better understand Philippine education. When we were first deliberating on EDCOM 2 bill, we requested our chairman for basic education, Senator Gatchalian, to invite our educators from UST, whose key insights led to the passage of RA 11899. I believe that the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, having grown from the oldest existing university in Asia, can contribute immensely to education reforms, including the implementation of the Doktor para sa Bayan Law, a law that we passed during the height of COVID-19 pandemic to improve our country's doctor-to-population ratio. Mr. President, kung may pamantayan po tayo ng kalidad na nanais natin sa Medical Scholarship and Return Service Program, wala pong iba kundi ang Doctor of Medicine Program ng ating minamahal na alma mater, University of Santo Tomas. As a Tomasian, I am confident that UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery will continue its tradition of excellence in medical education, health science research, and community services, guided by Christian ethics and values. In closing, Mr. President, to the UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, congratulations po on your 150th anniversary, and may God bless you all. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
And if I may, thank you very much to Majority Leader. And if I may, with the permission of the body, just insert to the records my sponsorship speech on the resolution honoring our medical, the University of Santo Tomas Medical School. But I'd like to put on record, as what I mentioned earlier, that they've produced a number of fine doctors, very, very good doctors, and also nurses that have gone all over the world to help suffering humanity. And I want to congratulate you on that. And not only that, UST we consider as one of the top 4 universities. It's whenever you talk about the top university of the Philippines, UST is always part of the top 4 without any ranking, because it all depends on what your field is all about. If you talk about medicine, UST is number 1, together with architecture. I have a lot of friends that are great architects from the University of Santo Tomas. And of course, there are lawyers. We have several lawyers here in the Senate who are also graduates of the University of Santo Tomas. So, congratulations on your 150th anniversary. And we wish you another 150 years of growth and success. So, we'd like to also recognize a distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to associate myself to the speech of the Majority Floor Leader, and I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Santo Tomas. The reason why I wanted to associate myself is that, first of all, my wife graduated from the from the UST, and of course my mom, who graduated in the College of Medicine, the UST, and I have talked with Dr. Maglinaw. I have talked with Dr. Maglinaw, and in fact, she reminded me that they gave an award to my mom last 2018, a recognition award. So, in behalf of my mom, I would like to thank all of you for the recognition that you have bestowed upon my mom. So, again, I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Santo Tomas. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is a distinguished gentleman from the city of Davao and province of Batangas, Senator Bongo.
Graduate of LaSalle. He's a graduate
Of course,
of LaSalle.
alang-alang kay Majo, Mr. President, of course, my daughter po is nag-aaral po sa UST.
Very good, very good.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, it is an honor to co-sponsor the resolution congratulating the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Medicine and Surgery on its 150th anniversary, and for its considerable contribution to the development of medical and healthcare educational institutions in the country. As the chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the whole community of the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Medicine and Surgery for their undying commitment to help our fellow Filipinos through their various medical initiatives and programs. Your contributions to our country's health sector are indeed worthy of celebration. As one of the top performing medical schools in the Philippines, contributing more than 400 new physicians yearly and topping the medical boards consistently, it is worth commending and recognizing their valuable contributions in producing competent doctors and medical practitioners. Our physicians and healthcare workers are the most essential aspect of the response, and the country is forever honored for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment. Kaya naman, Mr. President, patuloy nating sikapin ang pagpapadami pa ng ating healthcare workers sa bansa Muli, Mr. President, ang tagumpay ng UST Faculty of Medicine and Surgery ay tagumpay ng bayan at ng buong Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to distinguished colleague from Davao.
Senator,
Chairman of the Committee on Health.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Grace po would also like to make a
Our
manifestation.
distinguished colleague from
Move
the
that she be
provinces of
recognized, please.
Iloilo and Pangasinan in Metro Manila, no other than Senator Grace Po is recognized.
Hindi, okay lang. Tinitinan ko na. Mr. President, I'd also like to associate myself with the commendation of our Majority Leader for the University of Santo Tomas. My father-in-law, Teodoro Llamanzares, is a graduate of the University of Santo Tomas as an otolaryngologist. And I'd also like to mention that I was recently in the UK and I met that the first woman who administered the COVID vaccine, May Parsons, is a graduate of the University of Santo Tomas. And aside, of course, from your distinguished institution when it comes to health, well, when I was a child, I was always confined at the UST whenever I got sick. So I know that the nurses and the doctors there are really competent and caring. And of course, aside from that, we have many respected, not just in the health sector, but architects as well as fine arts graduates from the University of Santo Tomas. So again, Mr. President, this is well-deserved, and I'd like to associate myself with the sponsorship speech of our Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
President. Thank you, Senator Grace po. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 336, subject to style, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the Senate hereby adopts proposed Senate Resolution number 336, subject to style.
Mr. President, move for a minute suspension so we can invite
Yes.
the UST faculty
And our colleagues.
to join our Senate President. Thank you, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended for 1 minute. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration House Bill number 6224 under Committee Report number 13. This is an act granting Philippine citizenship to Mr. Justin Donta Brownlee. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we have sponsored the measure. On that note, and with the permission of the body, may I just manifest that Senator Bong Revilla requested this representation to that his co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the record of the chamber, Mr. President. So move.
We put that on record.
Mr. President, I now move that we open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to interpellate. Sino? And to interpellate is the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, the better one, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. So
The distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized to sponsor and to interpolate our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman yield to only two questions?
Willingly, Mr. President, to the great basketball coach and player from San Juan Knights.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, if we grant Filipino citizenship to Mr. Brownlee, is he willing to stay here in our country after his playing days?
My understanding, Mr. President, is that he is not just willing, or his willingness can be shown by the answer given to my query, which, Mr. President, with the permission of the good gentleman from the playing coach from San Juan, I would like to play it again. It has something to do with his willingness to serve in the armed forces of the Philippines. If you are willing, Mr. President,
Yes.
I can show this just for 1 minute. Can you play it, technical team? Palabas po natin ulit. Can we have a sound for this?
Nakakasilaw.
Can we have an audio here? Apparently, we're having a technical difficulty.
Anyway, in order to save time, can I proceed with my second question?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. President.
But the answer for the record, again, with the permission of the playing coach from San Juan,
May I know how old is Mr. Brownlee?
he is now 34.
34. And he's willing to serve under the Philippine Army?
Yes, Your Honor. Kung hindi ba natin maipalabas ito? Hindi natin ma-play? Technical? Mamaya na lang. So, ang tanong ko po dito, handa po ba kayong, kung lahat ng Pilipino kasi, in English, sabi ko, lahat ng Pilipino sa ayon sa Ligang Batas ay dapat, kung patatawag, magsilbi bilang miyembro ng Sandatahang Lakas o magsilbi during calamities. Ang sagot po niya, opo, sir. So, payag po siya.
So, Filipino?
Nakakaintindi po siya pero hindi po fluent.
Kabisado na ba niya ang lupang hinirang?
I have a feeling na may mga kanta rin siyang alam in our dialect.
Because if my memory serves me right, when Andre Blatch, no, applied for Filipino citizenship, I was quite hesitant because I knew that after his playing days here in the Philippines, after representing our country, he will not reside here, and that was the truth. I mean, he did not reside. He went back to the United States and resided there. So, what will happen to his Filipino citizenship, Mr. Chairman?
I understand that predicament, but I think, Mr. President, the reason for the apparent return back to the United States of those granted Filipino citizenship is the lack of opportunities here. The Philippine Basketball Association or even other local leagues will not allow them to play. The reason being is that they are way, way above the skills level
Okay.
of our local players. So ayaw nilang palaruin. Nagmamakaawa na po si Blanche at si Douthit. Ayaw
Hindi.
nilang palaruin.
Kasi pag, siyempre may edad na si Blatch, may edad na si Douthit. So, natural lang siguro uuwi sila sa kanilang sariling bansa, hindi na dito. So ano nga ang magiging trabaho nila rito sa ating bansa?
Yun na
Kung
nga,
talagang matanda ka na, hindi na pwede maglaro.
yun na nga po, Mr.
And that's the
President.
only profession that they know, to play basketball.
Yun na nga po, Mr. President, na discriminate sila bilang mga Pilipino na makapaglaro. At Mr. President, aalis lang po ng mga magigiting nating mga kaibigan sa University of Santo Tomas. And another playing coach here is present in the person of Senator Joel Villanueva. Alam niyo po, Mr. President, siguro alam to ni Senator Villanueva, a former PBA player coming from the Alaska Aces. The name is Sean Chambers.
Sean.
Chambers.
Yeah, Sean.
Chambers. Oh. So mali na ang pronunciation ko.
Naabutan ko po yan.
Sean Chambers.
Chambers.
Si Chambers po, si Ginoong Chambers, nung naghahanap ng coach ang University of Santo Tomas, indicated his intention to coach the UST Tigers. Hindi rin po napagbigyan. Ewan ko po kung ano nangyari. Pero willing po siya mag-settle na dito kahit hindi siya Pilipino. Iko-coach niya ang UST. Nag-champion ho sana ang
Hindi,
UST.
meron yata silang coaches. I think meron silang
Sean
Coaches
Chambers.
Association of the Philippines na
Ayaw siya palaruin.
ilimit natin sa mga Filipino coaches, sa
Bakit
local
po
coaches.
si Tab Baldwin?
Well,
nagko-coach?
hindi, nauna na yun eh.
Tim Cone.
Tim Cone, si Norman Black, etc., etc. Anyway, Mr. President, in order to save time, my last question is, if we grant Filipino citizenship to Mr. Brownlee, is he considered as can he play in the All-Filipino Cup? Is he considered as a regular Filipino player or naturalized Filipino player?
Yun na nga po nakakalungkot, Mr.
Or is he going to be considered still as an import?
Yun po nakakalungkot. I asked that point blank to the PBA administrators. Parang ayaw nila. Compared, Mr. President, ito magugulat kayo. If I can allow the technical again to show my slide here. Slide na lang ito, wala nang sound. Yung pong mga players na naglalaro ngayon sa World Cup, sa FIFA, yung pinanonood natin ng madaling araw.
Yes.
Kung makikita nyo po yung slide, ito po, Mr. President, nakapost ngayon. There are almost 136 players playing in Qatar sa World Cup na naturalized. Ngayon ko lang nalaman, and they're being allowed to play as locals doon sa mga local leagues nila. Makikita nyo po, karamihan po galing Africa, naglalaro sa France, naglalaro sa Germany, even the Middle East. So, napakarami po niyan. Even the United States, meron silang 5 players.
Naturalized.
From other
Africa
countries.
also?
Nandito po yan.
From African countries.
Meron po I think this one is Switzerland. Itong isa si Vickers. So, hindi po purong all-American team yung soccer. So, this is a revelation likewise to this representation na hindi lang pala sa basketball, pati sa FIFA. Kaya baka maisip natin balang araw kumuha na rin tayo ng ibang players para magkaroon tayo ng soccer team. Pero makikita po natin, this has been a trend. This has been happening worldwide. Several reasons. Baka humaba po to. Baka pag binasa ko to, ang haba na. Even Spain. Sa Spain po, yung Ghana, meron pong dalawa magkapatid, naglalaro sa Spain yung isa po naglalaro sa Ghana. So, makikita nyo po, this has been a trend. So, yung tanong nyo, baka anong ginagawa nila? Pinapayagan sila maglaro sa local league. Dito lang nakakapagtaka. This is very revealing, Mr. President, why we are not allowing, why we are discriminating against naturalized athletes coming from other countries. I don't know the real reason.
So do we consider him as a PhilAm? No.
Philam would refer to one with a
Kasi
blood
yung ating
lineage. He
Yes.
will be a true a Filipino naturalized.
Mhm.
Wala siyang blood eh. So he's not his mother is not a Filipina.
So have you consulted the PBA with regard to this matter, Mr.
Yes,
President?
yes, Mr.
So
President.
they really will not allow him to play.
I gave them some options. So sabi ko, if a naturalized player reaches the age of 37 or 38, why don't you allow him to play? So he can stay here, eventually become a coach.
Mhm.
It is very discriminatory.
Okay, salary-wise, Mr. President, do you think it will not affect his salary as an import? I mean, he is still considered as an import. Am I correct?
Correct.
Ibig sabihin, hindi mababawasan yung kanyang sahod kung magiging Pilipino siya.
I
As a
don't think
regular
it will-
Filipino player. Kasi mas mababa ang natatanggap ng ating mga atletang Pilipino kaysa sa mga import. Tama po ba ako?
Yes, you're correct. But I think the salary cap is based on individual skills, Your Honor, not the citizenship.
Okay, going back to Andre Blatch, did he renounce his Filipino
No,
citizenship?
as far as
He
I'm
hasn't
concerned,
renounced it yet.
he's still a Filipino.
So,
and he's been
ano
one.
tawag sa kanya? Dual
Yes.
citizen.
Yes, but he uses his Filipino passport. But I understand, Your Honor, he's been more than willing to play here, even in the PBA.
How
Even
old is he? Baka hindi na makatakbo, mabagal na, mataba pa.
I think he's
Sir
around
Blatch.
30. He's as old as LeBron James. LeBron James, Mr. President, LeBron James is 39.
39 na
LeBron
yun?
James is 39 and still
Si Blatch.
leading the pack. Blanche, I think, is 37 or 38. If I might be wrong, but hindi po nagkakalalayo.
So Brownlee is only 20,
34.
34. So
5
he's willing to
years.
play for Gilas, of course.
Yes.
Once he obtains a Filipino citizenship.
By
Am I
February, Your
correct?
Honor.
By February. Okay.
And he indicated his willingness to play for two local teams, two
San Juan Knights?
LGU teams,
San Juan Knights?
San Juan Knights and
If
Tagaytay
that is the
Warriors.
case, I will never object. Huh?
San Juan Knights.
San Juan Knights, hindi naman champion yung team nila. San Juan champion. So with that,
That
Mr.
can
President,
be, yes.
with
I know,
that,
I will
Mr.
not ask for
President,
the
I would like to conclude my
deletion of that.
interpellation. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you again to the playing coach from San Juan Knights.
Mr. President, next is the distinguished gentleman from the region of Bicol and our dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayurya. Ako po naman ay wala naman ho akong kontra patungkol doon sa pagbibigay po ng citizenship dito sa ating African-American na nagngangalang Justin Donta Brownlee. Sapagkat sa usapin po ng basketball, talagang mahalaga po yung height. Pero ako po ay napatayo lamang sa aking kinauupuan, ating mahal na kasama sa partido ng PDP Laban, nung inyo pong nabanggit na pati po sa football. Apo, mahal kong kasama at pinsan, hindi po yata ako payag sa usapin na yun, sapagkat ang football po ay hindi laro ng pataasan ng height. At yan po, mas marami po dyan na magagaling na kahit ng mga Pilipino. Alam ko pong medyo wala dun sa issue, pero pagdating po dun sa kukuha pa tayo ng foreigner sa football, ay hindi po ako papayag. Sapagkat maniniwala po ako at ako po ay talagang believe sa ating mga kababayan pagdating po sa kaparehas nating height, tayo po ang pinakamagaling. Pero sa usapin po dyan sa basketball, maihahambing ko po yan. No, alam niyo po ba, nung panahon ng revolusyon, laban natin sa mga Amerikano, meron tong isang African-American na tumulong sa mga katipunero na ang pangalan po ay si David Fagan. Fagan.
Sa Pampanga po
Opo,
tayo.
ano po yan? Tumulong po yan sa mga katipunero. Ano po yan? Bumaliktad mula sa pagiging American Forces, sumama sa mga Pilipino. Kaya payag po ako dyan sa basketball. Pero mahal na kasama sa PDP laban, hindi po ako papayag sa football.
Mr. President, kaya ko lang po nabanggit yung sa football kasi po lahat po ngayon ay napupuyat while watching the World Cup. If you will recall, the European teams were surprised by the team of Morocco. Morocco is now part of the top 16. Pero I was surprised, Mr. President, when I researched, one half of the players of Morocco were born in other countries. Sila po ay sumali lang doon sa Morocco to play football, to play in the World Cup. Ganon din po yung Swiss striker na si Bril Embolo. He's not really from Switzerland but from Cameroon. And to place this on the records, Mr. President, can I show my other slide? Sayang yung ni-research ko eh. Ito po, can we enlarge this? Can we enlarge this? So, if you will see this graph, Mr. President, nakikita nyo po, ibaba po nyo ng konti. Can you lower it down? Medyo malaki. Lower it down again. So, since 1920, it has been the trend that other countries are really sourcing their top athletes from other countries too. So the top 10 includes Australia, Brazil, Canada, even China. Yung mga ping-pong players po ng ibang country galing sa China. Spain, France, Great Britain, Italy, Japan, and the United States. So all of them are sourcing athletes from other countries. So this has been the trend since 1920. And sa football po, I recall, Mr. President, that we just naturalized a football player in the name of Mr. Marañon, who is now playing for the Ascals. Yes.
Spanish po yata yun? Ano po yun? Spanish pa po yun?
Ito po, bago lang po ito, last Congress, I think, Mr. President. So, siguro po, tama po kayo, yung sa height, but then again, the trend has been that we can balance everything. I am not really for outright sourcing of other bloods, but if it will upgrade the skills development program of our Filipino athletes, why not, Mr. President?
Mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, inuulit ko po, ako po ay walang kontra dito sa basketballista na nais maging Pilipino. Isang karangalan po 'yon para sa atin, Nakakatuwa po 'yon at gusto pang mag-serve sa Philippine Army. Pero pagdating po talaga inuulit ko po sa football, wag naman po. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
At lalo na po sa martial arts natin, Arnis, di tayo papayag na.
Opo, nako, lalo na to.
Imported.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr.
Maybe not
President.
just football, Arnis, Mr. President, baseball, and all. I think that's why this August chamber is very keen in scrutinizing this particular measure, Mr. President, because we don't want to deny our locals of that opportunity to represent our country. It's a great pride on our end, Mr. President. So, President, last but not the least is the distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Just a few questions, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, especially if the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro will not ask me questions about naturalizing chess players coming from the Russian Republic.
That's a good idea, Mr. President. Pero that's for another time. Mr. President, I want to ask the sponsor so he can enlighten us. Under existing law, Mr. President, what are the requirements of the applicant for Philippine citizenship? Does he need to be, at the time of the grant of Philippine citizenship, does the applicant need to already know the national language aside from English, kasi official language, English is an official language, or does he or she need to be able to sing our national anthem under existing law, Mr. President?
Mr. President, that has never been part of the requirements,
Wala.
but I understand the requirements for judicial or even legislative or administrative naturalization would just have the same documentary requirements needed, Your Honor, plus the real intent coming from the heart to be a Filipino citizen.
Yes, Mr. President. I have seen the video because I think you showed that during the sponsorship
Yes, Your
period.
Honor.
And all that the applicant said was opo.
Opo.
Satisfied ka na po doon, Mr. President, doon sa opo? Doon sa,
Opo.
yun na po yun.
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay ba?
Mr. President, but I have talked to the guy.
Apo.
And it's not just me, but Senator Villanueva, I think Senator De La Rosa, and a lot of other members of this chamber. And I think his willingness can be shown by the fact that he really wants to stay here, not just because of basketball, but he already embraced the Filipino culture, way of life. So, yun po yung nakikita natin dito.
Yes, Mr. President. If a talented sportsman like Brownlee applies for Philippine citizenship, then we should, we should, I think, feel some pride, no, that a talented sportsman would want to assume or to get our citizenship. But we are doing this actually, Mr. President, because we also expect him to play for the Philippine team in international basketball competition.
Correct, Your Honor. Correct, Mr. President. And that will be part of his service to this country. To bring pride to the number one sports we all love. That's basketball.
Ngayon, Mr. President, the grant of Philippine citizenship will make Mr. Brownlee a full Filipino citizen for all intents and purposes. So, to pursue the point raised by Senator Jingo Estrada, isn't there any anti-discrimination law existing now which is violated if he continues to be treated like a foreigner, an import, Mr. President?
I think the labor code of the Philippines is being violated. He should be given the opportunity to be employed as a Filipino basketball player.
Okay, so yes, so I agree, Mr. President, with the position of our sponsor kasi nga ang tatanungin ko nga sana si Blatch ang pagkaintindi ka natanong na ni Senator Jingo umalis na lang tuloy ng ating bansa kahit siguro gusto niya rito manatili rito. Basketball player siya. Yun po, he's a professional basketball player. Yun po yung skill set niya. And then pagdating dito he's not treated like a Filipino, although he passed all the requirements and even the procedure. He went through the procedure of acquiring Filipino citizenship. So
Yes,
I
Your
hope that we treat Mr. Brownlee better than how we have treated Mr. Blatch.
If I may volunteer, Mr. President, Your Honor, I have here in my possession a special work permit coming from the Bureau of Immigration with Justin Brownlee as the applicant. So if he becomes a Filipino, there is no more need for a special work permit from the Bureau of Immigration. Kasi Pilipino na siya. Di ba, magbabayad siya ng buwis dito, meron siyang... Pareho na po yun, may PhilHealth na dapat siya. So this should not apply anymore.
But after, hindi pa... Yes. So, you want to say something? Yes, Majority Leader.
With the indulgence of our Minority Leader and our distinguished colleague, I totally agree, Mr. President, about the labor code, about equal opportunity. But, the dilemma, Mr. President, is the fact that if we are to consider Mr. Justin Brownlee we are to consider Ange Kwame, for instance, as a Filipino citizen, considering that he underwent the process of being a Filipino citizen. The UAAP, for example, if you are with UP, LaSalle, UST, UE, Adamson, NU, will you allow two Ange Kwame to play for Ateneo? Now, if you are with Pure Foods, Phoenix, Converge, a team in the PBA, would you allow two Justin Brownlee to play for Ginebra San Miguel? So the point, Mr. President, that I just wanted to raise in this August chamber is the dilemma, Mr. President, of these teams competing in one league. And that's why I feel, Mr. President, that is indeed with the league committee to make that decision, Mr. President. Because if I am in the shoes of these general managers from different teams, why would I allow my team to compete with the other team having two, basically or technically, two imported players, Mr. President? So just for the discussion, Mr. President, but please don't get me wrong, I agree that under our labor code and under the equal opportunity clause of the Constitution, dapat ho talagang ituring na Pilipino si Justin Brownlee. And last but not the least, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise, because I have known Mr. Brownlee for quite a long time. I have watched him grow as an import here in the country. I remember when the very first time he played against the Alaska Aces, he wasn't in condition. In fact, he went here without his rubber shoes, Mr. President. He was called to come here from Las Vegas, and he flew right away. And during that time, he wasn't in condition, Mr. President. But then he played his heart out, and after some time, really worked hard to be part of Ginebra San Miguel. And when he became an import of the of Ginebra San Miguel, he would volunteer himself, Mr. President, in our Gilas team, in our national team, to train our boys because of his vast experience, considering that he played to so many teams outside the country in international competition. In fact, he played for Alab Pilipinas, Mr. President, and one of those guys who gave glory and pride to our country because during that time, they won the ASEAN Basketball Cup tournament, Mr. President. And so, I just wanted to put on record, I've known this guy for quite a long time, and if there's anyone na ipinasang citizenship law dito sa bansa, na foreigner na naging Pilipino, Mr. President, para po sa akin, in my own personal capacity as a former basketball player, national team member, played for the Philippine team in 94 and in 95, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would say na ito ho, na tao na ito, yung pinaka-deserving, most deserving sa pagkakaalam ko to become a Filipino citizen. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you, dear colleagues.
So, thank you, Mr. President. On the substance, wala naman yata tayong issue, but yun na lang, let's learn from the experience or the information that we got from the experience of Mr. Blatch. Let's give Mr. Brownlee, if this becomes law, our new member of the Filipino community, a better experience as far as. And he's younger, he's still young. So he has got a lot of productive years ahead of him, no? And he's a basketball player. Hindi naman siguro siya nagkukunwaring iba siya. So, he's a basketball player, so let's allow our newly welcomed fellow Filipino citizen a chance to also be gainfully employed as a basketball player.
So the proposal of Your Honor would be to craft an amendment to the labor code that naturalize Filipinos. Hindi na kailangan, ano?
Hindi na po. I agree with you. Wala na po yung requirement po, Mr. President, na pinakita po ng ating sponsor na special permit. Wala na po yan. Ngayon, Mr. President, on the procedure lang po, no? Because I really promise you that our flow chart in the questioning of the minority would start with the procedure. This is a private bill because this is about citizenship, which should originate in the House, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President. So, did the committee act on this measure as a Senate bill, even if the House bill was not yet here in the Senate, Mr. President?
Mr. President, since it's a private bill and pursuant to the Constitution, we waited for the committee report. We waited for the third reading on the part of the lower house. But since in practice we have been doing this, like the General Appropriations Act, it's the same, Your Honor. So we had that hearing, but the committee report would have to await the third reading of the House. So again, Mr. President, this is pursuant to Section 24 of the Constitution. I don't, as Article 4, private bills shall originate exclusively from the House of Representatives. So the same thing happened, Mr. President. The legislative authorization emanated from the House of Representatives, although there is a Senate counterpart, there are Senate counterpart bills which are more or less the same, mirroring the contents of the House bill. So we waited for that, and the procedure was followed, Mr. President, under Article 6, Section 1 of the Constitution.
What are we hearing?
So, and I think, Mr. President, this was likewise the same process followed when Republic Act 11570 relative to Mr. Marañon, which I mentioned a while ago, Angie Kwame 11543, Andre Blanche 10636, Douthit, Republic Act 10148, the same procedures were applied. And the requirements submitted, I have here 21 requirements followed by Mr. Brownlee. And all of these items were submitted and considered by your committee, but we waited for the outcome of the proceedings in the House of Representatives, Your Honor.
And that's the, thank you for informing the body of the legislative history of this measure, Mr. President. So it's a fact that when the committee was hearing this measure, it was hearing the Senate bill because the House bill has not yet reached the Senate. And then the committee prepared the committee report, then awaited the arrival of the House bill before releasing the committee report.
But as I have said, Mr. President, the House bill is exactly the same version of the Senate bills. Almost, except for the authors, Mr. President. So it was in anticipation of what will be the outcome of the House bill. But to be more revealing, Mr. President, we are running against time here because there is supposed to be February 6th window of the FIBA World Cup, and that's February. And there is supposed to be a deadline for the submission of lineups coming from all participants. So we're now approaching the Christmas season wherein there is going to be a break, and time pressed, we even inquired on the Department of Foreign Affairs, how long will the passporting process last? So this representation was informed that he will go through the same process as an ordinary Filipino. So the Christmas break, perhaps by almost the end of January, if the President signs a law or if it lapses into a non-signature law, it will take time. And by that time, Mr. President, we are now hosting the FIBA because it will be held in the Philippines, similar to Qatar. They hosted the World Cup in Qatar, and they have several naturalized players. So as the host country, I think the feeling of our kababayans and the members of the lower house is to really put up a stronger lineup rather than be beaten. The reason why we are in that qualified table is because we are the host. If we're not the host, we will not qualify. So that's the reason behind all of this.
Yes, I get it, Mr. President. He will strengthen the Philippine team kasi ang height niya is not the normal height of a Filipino. So. But at any rate, Mr. President, just for the record, my understanding is a Senate bill which is exactly like a House bill in content, 100% duplication of the or repetition of the House bill, is still not a House bill, Mr. President. It's still a Senate bill. But does the executive branch share the urgency being felt by the sponsor, Mr. President? Uh, certified measure ba ito or ang PLLO ba ay nagsabi na they will interpose no objection, the bill will not be vetoed, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. It is not a certified measure. It will go through the normal legislative mill and going back again to the committee report which we reported out, we merely adopted the House bill. But we took into consideration the 3 Senate bills heard by the Committee on Justice. So I was informed again that if we do it like what we are doing here regularly, the earliest deadline for him to be issued a passport to qualify would be January 24, 2023. So considering the Christmas break, I think by 16 or 17, the FA will be closed, and the other holidays, this is still a challenge for him to hurdle. I was informed by Senator Villanueva that this is going to be photo finish because he's been applying since last year. Kasi yung lockdown lang, hindi talaga niya ma-complete yung mga requirements. So ito medyo the deadline is January 24, 2023, which is just several weeks from now, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, at any rate, sinabi ko nga kanina, there's no dispute or issue on the substance of the measure. Siguro the desire of Mr. Brownlee to be Filipino is independent from a specific basketball tournament. So we'll try our best to fast track this so that he can participate and represent our country in that tournament. But it does not end there. I mean, marami pa naman siguro tournaments where the Philippine team will send the Philippines will send a team to compete in international basketball competition, and hopefully, Mr. Brownlee will be part of those teams and then win victories for us, so that they will come back here to be honored, Mr. President. So,
Thank you, Mr. President. But I hope his working rights should be respected
yes,
likewise.
I join you. I join Mr. President, our sponsor, in that desire or expression of concern. So siguro, when he becomes a Filipino citizen, we have to still keep in touch with him, ask him, kumusta? Ano ba yung nararamdaman niya ngayon? Ano yung karanasan niya as a full Filipino citizen?
We will ensure that, Mr. President.
So, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the sponsor for his patience with that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. We
Thank you very
appreciate the
much.
questions.
And I hope this gentleman, Mr. Brownlee, will be a welcome addition to the Philippine team. I hope that he can play his heart and soul for our country, and that we go to greater heights with his participation. Majority Leader?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and I also would like to thank our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, for also mentioning that this representation has been filing this bill for quite some time, Mr. President. But unfortunately, the House, I think 2-3 years ago, did not make it, Mr. President, and we did not act on it 2 years ago, together with Senator Sani Angara, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, and with that, there being no member who wishes to interpellate or ask any more questions, I move that we close the period of interpellations, President.
There being no objection, the period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the Chamber, I now move to open the period of committee amendments.
There being no objection, period of committee amendments is approved. Is open.
Mr. President, we have no committee amendments.
With no committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr.
There being
President.
no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, period of individual amendments is approved.
Mr. President, no
Open.
other individual amendments, if I'm not mistaken, No member wishes to propose any amendments. I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the chamber, I move that we vote on second reading on House Bill number 6224. I so move, Mr. President.
Just approve.
Approve.
Yeah. So there being no objection to the motion to approve on second reading, the measure, this is House Bill number 6224.
6224, Mr. President.
Taking
Sorry.
consideration Senate Bill number 1336, 1516, under committee, 1519 under committee report number 13. There being no objection, motion is approved and approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to the sponsors. And, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6224 under committee report number 13. So move,
There
Mr.
being no
President.
objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, okay na? I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Yes,
Wala
session
pa si
suspended for 1 minute.
minority. Move that we consider House Bill number 4488. This is the General Appropriations Act. And with the permission of the body, may we recognize again the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue with his interpellation, our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished minority floor leader is recognized to interpolate the distinguished sponsor, Senator Angara. Both of them are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I think, Mr. President, when we suspended, we were discussing the CHED's budget,
yes.
Mr. President, and this representation made the observation that it went down by 5 billion pesos, Mr. President, from the Senate's version, and more or less around close to 5 billion even from the House version. So may we know what PAPs of the CHED might be affected because of this reduction, Mr. President? Diba? Yung ba yung last ko?
Wala na sila. Saan nilagay? So, what was the net, the increase, origin of the gap?
Ba't nawala?
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleague. The cut is for the TES, the Tertiary Education Subsidy, and a net cut in the Tulong Dunong program of around 4.2 billion, Your Honor. These were originally made in the GAB, but withdrawn in the at the BICAM level, Your Honor.
Ano sabi? Because the House budget is around 34.9, the Senate version is 35.7, and the final is 30.8 billion. So there was a consensus between the two houses to increase the budget for CHED, and yet at the BICAM level, bumaba na lang po. We decided to cut as stated by our chairman, Tulong-Dunong and TES.
Yes, Your Honor. These were not our amendments to begin with. These were amendments made at the GAB level, Your Honor. The House level, which were reprioritized.
Yes, but the Senate added 825.
Yes, that's left untouched, Your Honor.
That's
left
okay.
untouched.
So we were able to protect our version, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, Mr. President, on the budgetary support to government corporations under the Department of Agriculture, we also noticed that the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, with a GAB budget of 5.16 billion,
Yan ba yung ano?
was reduced to 2.46, or a cut of 2.7 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Hindi, kung realign, hindi dapat menos. Okay. And what is the 1.5? Hindi, pero the FM. Ano yung realignment? There is a 1.2 billion item, Your Honor, of the 2.7 total decrease. 1.2 has been realigned to the Office of the Secretary of the DA, whereas 1.5 is an outright cut, Your Honor.
Sige. So mukhang sa BICAM na rin napag-isipan po yun kasi I think we left the GAB untouched here in the Senate version. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
so
Yes.
The problem, Mr. President, is I'm looking at the Office of the Secretary's budget of the DA. The BICAM's proposal is the net change is less 2.1 billion pesos, Mr. President. So I heard that earlier that the cut in the
What's the total?
Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, 1.2, was transferred to the Office of the Secretary, and yet the Office of the Secretary of the DA will suffer a 2.1 billion cut in the BICAM report.
That's correct, Your Honor. We also... Naglipat tayo sa program. Naglipat tayo. Ha? Yeah, binaba natin. We put some items in the unprogrammed, Your Honor, the foreign assisted. There is a foreign assisted program there that we put in the unprogrammed also.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So parang, although we added 1.2,
It's item 13 in the list we gave you under the special provisions, the support to FAPs or foreign assisted projects, Your Honor.
Item 13 would be second additional financing for Philippine
Rural Development Project. Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Akala ko we were punishing the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority for the unexplained brouhaha over the banning of salmon and pampano. Pero
Not connected, Your Honor.
correct.
Not connected,
And we
Your
will be punishing the wrong agency because I think that is BIPAR. And I think the status of that issue, Mr. President, is BIPAR has withdrawn the said order, no, or the threat to confiscate the
I believe so.
Pampano
I read
and
that in
so-
the, I read it online also.
So
Your Honor.
congratulations to the Senate and of course to Senator Tulfo who started the our discussion on that subject matter.
And Senator Grace Poe as well.
Yes, Senator Grace po. And the Senate President's also taking a stand on the issue because we did not. And then, Mr. President, ito na lang po, isa rin pong parang, ito talaga mahirap na siguro maintindihan yung Department of Health natin on the Special Purpose Funds, budgetary support to government corporations. The BICAM report is 1 billion lower than the Senate version, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. It's the BICAM report puts 209.6 billion, which is lower than the Senate version of 221.7 billion, but still higher than the NEP, either the NEP, which is 191.2 billion, as well as this year's budget, which is 183.8 billion, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I was referring to the special purpose funds, budgetary support to government corporations of the Lung Center, NKTI, Philippine Children's Medical Center, PhilHealth, Philippine
I'm sorry, Your
Heart
Honor.
Center.
There's a decrease there of
1 billion.
around a billion from the Senate version. So from 107.1 billion to 107.1 billion rather from 108.1 billion. But again, this is still higher than the NEP level of 105.2 billion and the 2022 GAA of 85 billion. So still taken together a significant increase of around 22 billion from this year's budget, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Pero one concern, Mr. President, is the budget for the subsidy to the small business corporation, because even in the President's message, I think he said that he's committed to supporting MSMEs, and one form of support is the small business corporations financing programs for micro and small entities, Mr. President. Ang ginawa po natin, kinalahati po natin yung 1.5 billion pesos, which is a subsidy, ang ending po sa BICAM, 750 million pesos, Mr. President.
Yes, we confirm that, Your Honor.
Are we not being inconsistent now with the President's desire to help the MSMEs, and one mechanism is through financing, Mr. President, microfinancing?
Well, we added to the DTI in some of the ancillary programs. I think His Honor was one of those who moved for the additions outside of putting aside the issue of the small business corporation. I think ano yung sa amendments ni Minority Leader? To the shared services facilities.
Yes.
The Malikhaing Pinoy.
Yes, Mr. President. Is there an issue with the small business corporation?
Well, I think in a perfect world, we would have wanted to maintain or increase that. But I think they still have funds, Your Honor, even carried over from the bayanihan. And in fact, hindi lahat na disbursed yun, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Yes, kasi at any rate, Mr. President, additional yata sa loan
It's a
portfolio.
revolving fund naman ho. So, hanggang maubos ho yun, pinapalitan naman ho natin. So,
Thank you, Mr. President. As we all know, the budget law is not only about amounts. It has also some special provisions governing the access to the use of the amounts mentioned in the budget, Mr. President. So, I have been informed, Mr. President, that the confidential and intelligence funds amendments that we have made have not all been sustained at the BICAM level, or have some of them been sustained in the BICAM level, Mr. President?
unfortunately, not, Your Honor. We tried to convince our counterparts to adopt our versions, which were authored by His Honor and Deputy Minority Leader Ontiveros, but the House was adamant that they wanted to return the fund to the DepEd as originally envisioned under the National Expenditure Program, Your Honor.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President, but during the Senate plenary, a table was presented to us. There was a total cut of 152,668,000. So, wala pong na-retain po rito sa cut
Meron
natin.
po, meron po. Yung sa ibang ahensya na nakat, hindi na po, pinabayaan na po, they respected those cuts yon. Yung
Yes.
DepEd lang po yung, so there, of the 187.6 billion, or million rather, 187.6 million, which the Senate realigned upon your initiative and the committee's initiative and Senator Risa's initiative. We realigned 187.6 million, 120 of which was from the DepEd. So, because the House wanted to return the 120 to the DepEd, that was returned, but they respected the Senate realignment of 67.6 million, Your Honor, over a number of agencies, the DFA, the DOJ, the DSWD, and other executive offices like the ERC, the OPAP, and the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
So, thank you for that information, Mr. President. So, ang ibig sabihin po na pagdating po sa confidential and intelligence funds, yung dalawang ehensya na gustong mag-umpisa ng practice, which is the Office of the Vice President at 500 million pesos and the Office of the Secretary of the Department of Education at 150 million pesos, ay matutuloy po itong plano nila na mag-umpisa na ng practice na ito na meron ng CIF yung ahensya po nila.
Well, hindi naman umpisa ho kasi na I think it was already stated for the record dati ho, Your Honor, Mr. President, na meron silang intelligence funds at some point in time. But I guess it's more of a revival of this this practice in the case of the DepEd and the OVP, Your Honor.
I think, Mr. President, during our committee hearings and subcommittee hearings and the plenary, we established that the OVP was once upon a time. But I don't think the DepEd, I don't think it was established that the DepEd once upon a time was ever granted the CIF. The OVP, once upon a time, maybe a maximum amount of 5 to 6 million pesos, Mr. President. Not in the magnitude of 500 million pesos, Mr.
Yes,
President.
we confirm that, Your Honor. But both agencies had smaller amounts at some point. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
But
so-
not, yes,
Yes, thank you.
the point of the minority leader is well taken.
Thank you for that correction because it was never mentioned before that the DepEd had once upon a time. But it has happened pala. Okay. But Mr. President, as I stated earlier, the budget law is not all about amounts, but also there are special provisions, general provisions, special provisions. May we know what happened to the special provision and general provisions introduced by the minority, which the chairman accepted and the body accepted in the Senate version, where we asked for the front end, ano tawag doon? The front end, yan yung tawag doon, pagbantay, front end requirement for more transparency, which was called the work plan by Senator Risa Ontiveros, and then we expanded the requirement for the work plan not only to the DepEd but to all of the agencies getting CIF. And then another provision was the submission of quarterly reports, accomplishment reports, not liquidation reports, not only to the Office of the President, but to both houses of Congress, covering both confidential and intelligence funds. May we know the status of these provisions, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. These were not retained by the bicameral upon the insistence of the House for the following reasons. In the 2021 GAA, the President vetoed a similar provision for the submission of quarterly accomplishment reports to both houses of Congress. And the veto noted that the veto message emphasized the duty of the President, the protection of national security, and the maintenance of public safety. Thus, all activities and reports involving intelligence gathering that have a direct impact on national security and public safety shall only be reported directly to the President. The veto message also notes that intelligence funds covers programs, projects, and activities related to national security. In this regard, matters relating to national security are deemed confidential or classified information, which is one of the recognized exceptions to the right to information. And in the case of Senate versus Ermita in 2006, the Supreme Court ruled that our jurisdiction recognizes the common law holding that there is a government privilege against public disclosure with respect to state secrets regarding military, diplomatic, and other national security matters. That is the one reason with respect to the intelligence fund. And with respect to the confidential fund, the reason given for the non-adoption of the Senate amendment was, this is regarding the submission of a work plan, Your Honor, is because there is already a COA DBM Joint Circular number 2015-01, which already provides explicit guidelines as to the reporting of the use of confidential and intelligence funds. And here, all heads of the agencies of national government agencies, local government units, and GOCCs, which released confidential funds and or intelligence funds, should submit quarterly accomplishment reports to the President. This is for the national government agencies, to the GCG for the GOCCs, and to the DILG Secretary for the LGUs. And moreover, the additional submission of a work plan was deemed redundant as the joint circular already requires a physical and financial plan or the plan approved by the head of agency indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, activity, and project where disbursements pertaining to confidential expenses and intelligence expenses shall be based. And the physical and financial plan is submitted as follows. Upon approval of the GAA, the head of agency of the department submits to the DBM a special budget request, and the DBM endorses to the special budget request, or SBR, to the OP, or the Office of the President, for approval. And this includes the IF allocation for the project purpose under the agency-specific budget in the GAA and reflected in the physical and financial plan. And for the confidential fund of GOCCs, before any GOCC can allocate CFs or confidential funds in its corporate operating budget, it must first obtain clearance from the GCG to justify the provision of confidential funds in its corporate operating budget. And as for LGUs, only when there is a request for additional confidential funds, the physical and financial plans for both the original allocation and the additional request shall be submitted to the concerned DILG field officer. And common to all agencies, whether national government agencies, GOCCs, and local government units, is a physical and financial plan as one of the documents required to support the disbursement voucher for the grant of cash advances for confidential funds and intelligence funds, common to all the above-mentioned agencies. And moreover, the physical and financial plan is one of the documentary requirements to support the liquidation of CF and IF, or confidential fund and intelligence fund, cash advances, Your Honor. So in short, the House said that these reports would be a duplication of what is already being done with respect to COA, and they deemed that sufficient a safeguard, Your Honor.
Mr. President, the rule in the current 2022 GAA, okay, is that for intelligence funds, still accomplishment reports must be submitted quarterly, but only to the Office of the President. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are we retaining that in the 2023 budget?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's the main.
Yes, Your Honor.
In that, and for the confidential fund, still accomplishment reports must be submitted quarterly to the Office of the President and to both houses of Congress.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the rule in 2022. Will that be carried over to 2023?
Still there, Your Honor.
Okay,
That's
so,
still there, Your Honor.
Okay, so in effect, it was the presidential veto which we are going to follow, Mr. President. So, but for the record, Congress wanted in the 2022 GAA, because it passed both houses, wanted the intelligence funds to be covered by or reported through accomplishment reports not only to the office of the President, but to both houses of Congress, except that it was vetoed.
Yes,
Di
Your
ba?
Honor.
Okay. Pero the veto, I think, is not part of the law of the land. I mean, the successor president is not bound by the veto of his predecessor president. So I think the safer approach would have been to include that in the GAA, and let's find out if the new president, the incumbent president, will also exercise his presidential veto power, Mr. President. Well, anyway, that's my position.
There is reason to the argument of the minority leader, Your Honor.
Mr. President, we have established a Senate Select Oversight Committee over confidential and intelligence funds. So what do we hope to achieve, Mr. President, or what can we do? What reports can we examine if we do not insist on receiving some reports concerning intelligence funds, Mr. President?
The quarterly reports to be submitted to both houses of Congress, Your Honor, can be scrutinized, I believe, by that committee, Your Honor.
But that would be confidential funds, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So our Select Oversight Committee will have to maintain a hands-off position over intelligence funds, because we even if you want to examine them, there are no submissions, Mr. President.
It's not part of the oversight. We're just checking on the jurisdiction of the committee, Your Honor. It's my first time to be appointed to that committee. But perhaps His Honor was a Senate President at one point. Maybe knows what was actually transpired in those committee meetings. But we're just checking. Your Honor.
And then we passed, Mr. President, we passed it in this Congress while the version of the GAB required the submission, even of intelligence funds accomplishment reports to both houses of Congress. Yun eh. So we might have actually weakened the jurisdiction and the powers of that Senate Select Oversight Committee, Mr. President. So just for the information of everybody, because ito yung nangyari eh, na
Yeah, it is under the mandate of the Oversight Committee, Your Honor. It is this is Senate Resolution 302, which we passed last November 21. It is tasked with oversight functions over the use, disbursement, and expenditures of both confidential intelligence funds granted to certain government agencies, and to provide legislative oversight over the conduct of intelligence activities, sources, methods, and programs. So both are covered, Your Honor, under this under the resolution we passed, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. So just for the information of our colleagues, we have such a committee, and yet final version of the GAA, agencies receiving intelligence funds need not submit periodic accomplishment reports to both houses of Congress, because we agreed to they just need to submit to the office of the President. So parang pinilayan natin mismo yung ating sariling committee, maging ang jurisdiction niya, doon na lang po sa confidential funds ang mangyayari, Mr. President.
Well, reading them together, I don't think there's anything which prevents the Oversight Committee, Your Honor, from requiring the submission of reports with respect to both confidential and intelligence funds, because there's no prohibition in any law, and it's inherent in our oversight. As long as perhaps we do it in a executive session, then I think there is still it's still what's the word I'm searching for? Hindi naman 100% sure na hindi natin pwedeng tingnan mo yon. Opo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will, when that committee is convened, and I think I'm a member of that committee.
Yes,
so,
you are, Your Honor.
So if the chair, I will join the chairman's, Mr. President, chairman's argument that this is the inherent power of the committee to even if it's not required, even if the submission is not required in the GAA, our committee has the power to ask for copies of accomplishment reports, even of intelligence funds, Mr. President. So thank you for that opinion expressed by our chairman. Mr. President, last 2 points na lang po. Ito po, nagulat lang po ako kasi what my staff did was to compare our Senate version, we passed here, second and third, with the BICAM report. And I looked at the budget for the Congress of the Philippines, and I see a new figure here. In the budget of the House of Representatives, there's an increase of 12,042,456,000. And since this figure made it into the BICAM report, making the House of Representatives budget 28 billion pesos, I'm assuming that they explained, the House panel explained to the Senate panel why the House needs such
Yes, Your Honor.
a tremendous increase in their budget, almost doubling their budget, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. There are a number of items which they gave. First is the buildings. Second is vehicle acquisitions. Third is the PS or personal services requirements of the new members. And fourth is the operational requirements of additional members of Congress, including their district staff, Your Honor.
So there are details, Mr. President. Siguro the bulk of this would be buildings. Imposible siguro sa sweldo to or ano. So may we ask for a copy, Mr.
Yes, Your
President,
Honor.
of what the House
This is
panel...
actually, yes, we'll furnish his representation, Your Honor. His Honor will furnish it.
That's, I know this is a House amendment kasi wala naman to sa Senate version actually.
Opo.
So, apo. Now, Mr. President, on my last point, Mr. President, my staff and I added all of the budgets of the education sector. Department of Education, 678.3 billion. State universities and colleges, 107 billion. I'm rounding off, Mr. President. Commission on Higher Education, 30.8 billion pesos. TESDA, 16 billion pesos. And if we total it, it's around 832.2 billion pesos. We could say that this is the budget of the education sector. And then we looked at the budget for the DPWH in the BICAM report, Mr. President. The total allocation for the DPWH is 893.1 billion pesos. And if comparing the infrastructure budget, 893, let's round off, 893 billion pesos, to the education sector budget of 832 billion pesos, we see that the infrastructure budget is 60 billion pesos more than the total allocation for the education sector, which got us worried, Mr. President, because Article 14, Section 5, Paragraph 5 of the 1987 Constitution provides that the state shall assign the highest budget priority to education and ensure that teaching will attract and retain its rightful share of the best available talents through adequate remuneration and other means of job satisfaction and fulfillment. So, in effect, the focus should be on the first part of the provision. The state shall assign the highest budget priority to education. And given these figures, Mr. President, are we not violating the said constitutional provision, Mr. President? Because the 2023 version of the BICAM gives highest budget allocation to infrastructure, public works infrastructure, Mr. President.
That's a great question, Your Honor, Mr. President. But I'll answer it on two levels, Your Honor. The first is the factual level. And in fact, because the distinguished minority leader only mentioned the DepEd, the CHED, and the SUCS, and the TESDA. But I would add to that the National Maritime Polytechnic, which has a budget of 121, rounding off 121 million. The PNPA, or the Philippine National Police Academy, which has a budget of 1.476 million. The Philippine Public Safety College, which has a budget of 727.7 million. The National Defense College of the Philippines, with a budget of 126 million approximately. The Philippine Military Academy with 1.47 million. Billion pala to. Hindi million. Billion. I'm sorry, that's billion. No? I mentioned millions. Sorry, those are billions, Your Honor. And the Philippine Science High School with 376.7 million. And the DOST Science Education Institute with a budget of 7.089 billion, as well as the education infrastructure budget, meaning to classrooms, etc. That's also counted under education. There's an 8.5 billion. So if we add all of those to the budgets of DepEd, 121.7, CHED 331.7, SUCS 111.4, TESDA 16B. That gives us a figure of 900.9 billion approximately, Your Honor, which is higher than the DPWH budget of around 890 billion or so. Slightly higher, Your Honor. So that's the first level on the factual level. And on the legal level, Your Honor, that question has been posted in a Supreme Court case of Gingona versus Carage, where similar facts obtained, except that there, the budget for other agencies, I think, or the DepEd was not given the highest budgetary priority. And the court said that the constitutional provision mandating Congress to assign the highest budgetary priority to education does not mean that the hands of Congress are so hamstrung as to deprive it of the power to respond to the imperatives of the national interest and for the attainment of other state policies or objectives. So may kaso po yan na so that's the second level, Your Honor, the constitutional or the legal level na sinabi po ng Korte Suprema na kahit hindi po highest budget po yung DepEd, which is not the case in our 2023 budget anyway. Hindi naman po strictly enforced po yun. Kumbaga, I guess, in legal speak or lawyer talk, it would not be a self-executory provision, Your Honor, but just more of a constitutional injunction or constitutional policy, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, from my point of view, that is actually a mandate, a directive to Congress that we should prioritize. That's a safeguard it. We have to prioritize education in the budget. So that's my position. And then even the interpretation of the executive branch, Mr. President, because this is I will now read the President's budget message. The following are the priority sectors in our agenda for prosperity. This is found on page 12, Mr. President. The education sector will receive the highest allocation with 852.8 billion pesos. This consists of the allocations for the Department of Education, state universities and colleges, Commission on Higher Education, and Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. While this is consistent with the constitutional mandate to assign the highest budget priority to education, it also reflects my commitment to invest in human capital development and empower the youth. So from the point of view of the executive branch, the President, who crafted the budget and initiated the budget process, the education sector consists of DepEd, SUCs, CHED, and TESDA. And he refers to the constitutional mandate to assign the highest budget priority to education. So I believe, Mr. President, that the President of the Republic of the Philippines seems to agree with this representation's interpretation, Mr. President, that the constitutional provision is a mandate or directive, and the education sector should be those agencies devoted to educating our people. So even if we concede na isama na natin si PMA, Maritime, Police Academy, Public Safety College, Philippine Science High School, National Defense College, DOST Science, Science Education, hindi pa yata abot ng 60 billion po 'yan. That's the difference between And then because we have to contest the inclusion of the education infra. Kasi if these are classrooms, tandaan natin, ang classrooms natin are also used for evacuation center. They are also used as voting center. So let's siguro when the Constitution directs us to give the highest budget priority to education, it means educating our people, the actual expenditure for educating our people. Infra is infra. Education is about teaching, educating our people. At any rate, Mr. President, this is my position and my interpretation, but I would like to request for a copy of the list of the other agencies and their allocations included by our chairman in
Yes, Your Honor.
computing
We will furnish, Your Honor.
the budget given to the education sector.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because the President's budget message on page 13 continues as follows. Public Works will receive 718.4 billion pesos to continue the build, etc. So, kinumpare po niya just to really show that the education budget is more than the public works or infra budget. Ganun po ang flow sa President's budget. So if we follow the President's message and just but now cite the updated figures, we will now see that the education sector is 60 billion pesos short or lower than the infrastructure or the public works budget, Mr. President.
Well, we respect the minority leader's opinion, but traditionally we've always included these other, even before that president's budget message, we've always included these educational institutions, the National Maritime, the Police Academy, the Public Safety College, the National Defense College,
PMA.
Philippine Science Education Institute, as part of the education budget, Your Honor.
PMA, even the PMA, sir, you mentioned.
Yes, Your Honor, PMA. Yes.
What would be the total of those mentioned, Mr. President? Will the total 60 billion?
No, Your Honor, they would total around
They will not.
2, 4, 20 billion, Your Honor, roughly.
Yes, that's correct,
Yeah.
Mr. President. They will not total 60 billion. That is the anong tawag mo doon?
But under the BICAM, Your Honor, the DepEd also went from, got an increase of 11 billion from the NEP. And the CHED got an increase of 1 billion from the NEP. At the BICAM, the SUCS got around 14 billion increase, and the TESDA got around a 2.3 billion increase. So those figures taken together total 900.9 billion, Your Honor. The increased or enhanced budgets of the DepEd, the CHED, the SUCS, the TESDA, combined with the 20 billion mentioned earlier, would amount to roughly a total of 900.9 billion, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I prefaced my question with citing the figures precisely for DepEd, SUCs, CHED, and TESDA based on amounts found in the BICAM report, Mr. President. And the total would be 832.2 billion pesos. That's why we made this observation, because if this were wrong, we would not make the observation, Mr. President, that infra public works budget allocation is higher than education budget allocation, Mr. President. In short, Mr. President, I got my figures from the BICAM report. unless the BICAM reports figures contain some errors, Mr. President? Check nyo nga. Ilang beses nyo na inad to. Add yun na.
Ano yung difference? What is the difference na? What are you? Pero still nagagastos sa ano?
678.3. Ayan.
Yes, Your Honor. The figure you cited was explained to me. It represents new appropriations. There are figures which are what are they? Automatic appropriations, which also go towards education, like the teacher's retirement. That's considered that's also or booked under RLIP. That's also considered an expenditure for education, Your Honor.
Sa DPWH.
So yung mga items na ganun you use the figure for new appropriations, but there are actually figures which are automatically appropriated under other laws. And those also are considered education expenditures, Your Honor.
So can the LBRMO
We'll furnish you a comprehensive...
Guide us.
Yes, Your Honor.
But this time also including to compare oranges with oranges, to also include the automatic appropriations in the infra sector.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi para makita po natin lahat.
The third term is it's obligations based, Your Honor.
Yes,
So what is actually obligated, which is new appropriations plus automatic appropriations.
Yes,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
President. So just
Apples to apples. I understand the point of Your Honor.
So thank you for that clarification, but we have yet to see it, Mr. President, because we will have to also make our own computations. But if we do not look at the automatic appropriations, at least we have established that it is a fact that if we do not consider the automatic appropriations, using the discretion of Congress in appropriating funds, we have appropriated more funds for public works than education, Mr. President.
Well, I guess that depends on where you want to draw the boundaries, Your Honor. But from what we see, from our point of view, the BICAM figure for education is 8 billion. 7 billion, approximately 7 billion pesos higher than the infrastructure budget, Your Honor.
After adding the maritime, PNPA...
Opo.
Sige. Pati yung study na lang po na yun, hingi na rin po
Yes, Your Honor.
ng kopya, Mr. President.
Yes, Your
But at any rate, that is our understanding as of the moment. That's the product of our research. And we are worried about compliance with the constitutional mandate. It's not only a constitutional provision, but a mandate to give education the highest budget priority, Mr. President. So, wala na. So with that, Mr. President, I think I have asked all the questions I want to ask because this is the BICAM report. So, ngayon lang din naman natin yata nakita ito. So, I'm sorry that we had to ask and consume a lot of your time, Mr. Chairman. No? We had to ask a lot of questions to get the details. So thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for guiding us about on how to understand the final form of the budget that the bicameral conference committee has approved, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we thank the good minority leader for his usual thorough and very well prepared interpellations. Truly, it's a challenge to answer all of his questions, whether it's legal or financial or fiscal. And we thank him for, he and the Deputy Minority Leader for performing their roles very well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 4488 and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the record of the Chamber. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the Perennial Appropriations Act, the Bicameral Conference Committee report of the General Appropriations, the disagreeing provisions of the General Appropriations Act for 2023 is hereby ratified.
Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator
Yes.
Minority.
The,
Uh,
yes, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa
Be recognized,
would like
Mr. President.
is now recognized, rather.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I keep forgetting, the Majority Leader. So, kasi hindi din na to.
Mr. President, if I may just make of record my explanation of vote. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the 19th Congress missed an opportunity to show its independence. We failed to demonstrate that we do hold the power of the purse. Mr. President, nagpapasalamat po ako sa mataas na kamara at sa chairperson ng ating Senate Committee on Finance. Salamat po for accepting my amendment in the Senate to realign confidential and intelligence funds in DepEd to specific programs in the department. Ngunit ako'y nalulungkot sa sinapit sa BICAM na ito ay muling ibinalik. Tila naging mapurol at pudpod ang proteksyong binigay sa pondo ng bayan by granting in full all the requests for confidential and intelligence funds under the Marcos Duterte administration. And worse, the legislature agreed to remove provisions that require congressional reporting of the utilization plan and disbursement of the confidential and intelligence fund. In the absence of such provisions, in spite of the Select Oversight Committee on Confidential and Intelligence Funds, how can we be expected to exercise checks and balances? At kung hindi natin makumbinse ang mga kasamahan sa House sa napagkaisahan natin sa Senado, how can we ensure transparency and accountability? Nakapanghihinayang po na sa unang budget ng administrasyon, Congress has shown its malleability to the whims of the administration and has squandered an opportunity offered by the Senate for more transparency and accountability and less opportunities for corruption. Effectively, Congress has abdicated its power of the purse to holders of civilian offices and departments in the executive, setting a precedent for improper budget requests leading up to the elections in 2028. On account of the full restoration of the confidential and intelligence funds, as well as the removal of safeguards on the proper use of the CIFs, I regret, Mr. President, dear colleagues, that I am constrained to vote no to the Bicameral Conference Committee report. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you to our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader would like to be recognized. I
Our
move
distinguished
for his
Minority Floor
recognition.
Leader is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make off record my no vote to the Bicameral Conference Committee report, and the explanation can be found in the interpellation that I just that we just underwent, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President, I just want to say a short word of thanks to you, to our Majority Leader, our Senate President, our Minority Leader, all the Vice Chairpersons, and all of our colleagues, and to our Senate staff. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you to our hardworking chair of the Finance Committee. Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe would like to be recognized.
Our
I move for her
distinguished colleague,
recognition.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to put on record my thanks and admiration to the chairman of the Committee on Finance for hurdling so many issues. I know in his heart what he really wanted, and he fought for the best interests of the Senate position. And well, fortunately and unfortunately, there are two bodies to consider. It's just not the Senate alone. But for the most part, I thank you for accepting our amendments that are really pro-people, especially in my concern for the drivers and also for transportation. So thank you. I think he always handled himself very evenly and calmly and diplomatically. So that's all, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. to our Vice Chair, and we thank her for ably steering the budget of the DOTR and the DICT. So we have the Libreng Sakay projects and the bike lanes under her, among other things, under her leadership, Your Honor.
And I'd like to also personally thank our chairperson, not just for the hard work that he's done, but also for increasing the budget for specialty hospitals. Maraming salamat.
That
Because it
is
was
your
the-
initiative, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you.
Your instructions to me were crystal clear, and Senator
you.
JV, former chairman of the Committee on Health, Senator Pia,
Yes.
the majority leader, all of you were very insistent that this must be prioritized in next year's budget, Your
Thank
Honor.
you
And
so
I hope
much for that. So much
I hope the President, I hope you will communicate that to the President, because I know you shared, it was a shared advocacy and campaign promise of yours, Mr. President.
for the regional health centers, regional specialty centers. Thank you so much. For
Mr.
that.
President, the Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, would like to make a manifestation. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, the beautiful Tita Ganda of the Senate,
Huwag lang
Senator
siya, pare.
Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to manifest my heartiest and sincerest congratulations first to you. This is the first budget of your leadership. And of course, to our hardworking, fair, cool, never pressured or never showed the pressure at least on him, diligent, brilliant chair of the Senate Committee, Senator Sani Angara, all the vice chairs, all the members of the Senate, including the very important two-member committee of the minority, or the two-man members of the minority. This is a collective effort of everyone, the first of the administration and the first of this leadership. The hardworking secretariat as well as the LBRMO. And what I am thankful about is that we are able to fund existing laws that previously perhaps were not funded. First, the Tertiary Education Act, I believe, is fully funded. The universal health care to the best of our ability was funded. You mentioned the specialty hospitals. And to a certain extent, although limited, the MSME laws, which will be a good support for our pandemic recovery. Environment and climate were also supported, and climate tag to a certain extent, but of course in the next year's budget it could be better. So it's a best effort budget of everyone, considering the limitations in resources and limitations in time. And I would once again want to congratulate you, Mr. President, and the chair and all of us here for this collective effort of passing a budget not on time, way ahead of time, with a very energetic and consensus-building majority leader. I hope he hears this. So with that, congratulations.
Thank you very
once
much,
again. And LBRMO and the Secretariat, who stayed up till 2 a.m., and all our staff. So we thank all of them. And this is for you, the Filipino people, para sa bayan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our distinguished Senate President Pro Temp. And I'm not surprised na sinabi po ni Alex Gonzaga na lodi niya si Lauren, Mr. President.
Thank you. And before we recognize Senator Villar, I know he wants to make a manifestation. I'd just like to put on record, ladies and gentlemen, that we still do have the Oversight Committee on the confidential funds. I would like to really reiterate to our distinguished colleagues that are members of that committee, we will look at how they will spend these funds. I assure our minority leader and deputy minority leader, of which the minority leader is a part of, that we will scrutinize and make sure that the funds are well spent, and so that the next years, as Senator, our minority leader, Senator Pimentel had said, this year we watch, we wait, we get them accountable for the funds, and next year we can do the budget deliberation once again, armed with that knowledge, if that was really, truly well spent for the Filipino people. But I'd like to also thank our colleagues, but most especially the Secretariat, who labored very hard for 2 weeks to be able to pass this measure. And of course, our majority floor leader, for a job well done shepherding this to the floor. But Senator Senator Be Better Villar, Senator Mark Villar is recognized.
Mr. Senate President, I just like to, I have a question regarding for Senator Angara. I just like to ask, where did you get the energy to complete this budget cycle with such speed and such dedication?
I think
And I can't
could,
figure it out.
Yeah. sorry.
I want to know your
thought you were
secret.
finished.
I want to know your
Yeah.
secret, Senator Sensani.
Ironically, Your Honor, it's sipag at tiyaga.
So I just like to thank everyone. It's my first year here in the Senate, and I just like to say to all the Senate and all the staff and everyone who works so hard, I'm so impressed with all of you. You all have my deepest respect, admiration, and I'd like to wish all of you, especially Sensani, a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Villar.
Thank you to Senator Vice Chair, former Secretary Villar. Much appreciated, Your Honor.
Mr. President, after the Deputy Majority Leader of the Senate made his statement, the other Deputy Majority Leader would like to make a short manifestation as well. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator J.V.
Is he also the better
They're
one?
both,
or?
they're both
Thank you, Mr.
excellent
President.
legislators.
Thank you,
Senator JV.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Anyway, I'd just like to commend our colleague, my schoolmate, and proud of you, bro.
Thank you,
we
sir.
are really indeed honed to become men for others. And given the limited fiscal space, he was able to really make sure that the more important government programs are funded. Of course, first of all, the specialty centers, which the Senate President himself really pushed. I'm really happy to let you know that from 2 billion to 4 billion, now it's 6 billion. So our goal, the goal of having lung, kidney, and heart center in strategic areas in the country will become a reality in the soonest possible time. So thank you very much, Chairman Sunny, for making this dream possible, and very probably in 2-3 years, Mr. President, we will have this goal become. We will realize this goal, as also instructed by the President. And likewise, I know it's a difficult. I've been fighting for this for the several years. You know that the infrastructure, the railway projects. We had the commitment from the chairman that it will be sourced on program funds, because my concern is, Mr. President, is that we might shoulder the financial charges in case we will not be able to come up with our end of the deal of the right of way and others. So Senator Sani, our chairman, already assured that in case needed, it will be in the unprogrammed fund, Mr. President. So with that, again, I commend my co-Saverian, my schoolmate. Again, thank you for, I'm proud of you, Brad, for being a true man for others. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for a very touching manifestation. I thank the gentleman from San Juan, who we welcome back to the Senate, one of the hardest working senators, staying from start of the working day to the end. And he, Senator Pia, Senator Bongo, made good amendments to our, guided us in amending the DOH budget, led by our Senior Vice Chair, Senator Pia, of course. So definitely, this is a worthy endeavor. I think that maybe when we look back on this many years from now, we can say that at least our batch of senators tried to improve on the health system of the country, and tried to make the budget a good, Mr. President.
One thing I would like to say for the record, this is a very hard-working Senate, the 19th Congress. I have not seen in many years, at 2 in the morning, we have the total number of 17, 18 senators present, working very hard to pass the budget. I'm very proud of all of you, and I thank you for your service for our people. Thank you, Chairman, for the job well done. Thank you to the Minority Floor Leader for being our fiscalizers. Thank you for all our colleagues for the wonderful amendments that you've done to make this a responsive budget, a budget for national reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Yes, Mr. President, let me say it again. Leadership matters. It is because of you, Mr. President, Senate President Zubiri, who led the way, Mr. President, for all of us to be here. And records will bail me out, Mr. President. We have yet to experience back-to-back, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr. President.
Yes.
And because we are all energized seeing you up there, and of course, the chairperson and our distinguished colleagues, ite-text ko na lang si Chairperson Angara ng message ko sa kanya, Mr. President. Mr. President, but kidding aside, we congratulate our dear colleagues and this August chamber, most especially our staff, Mr. President, na hindi kayang tawaran yung sakripisyong ginawa nitong mga nakaraang linggo, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 6, 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, December 6. Maraming salamat po. Please stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.